through with like underwater lawn. I don't even know how they did it, but they basically churned up all of the lake grass to chop it up into like 2 foot long pieces. They were like, "Oh, we'll just churn it up and it'll wash down the river." No, they churned it up and
Nope.
it washed up onto the shore and rotted.
You hate to see
It was
it.
It was so gross. They fortunately have cleaned it up, but for
yeah,
about 2
it's
weeks, the
better.
lake just smelled like rancid grass. It was so bad.
Not even
It
like
was
fresh
was
cut grass, like wet
No.
grass.
no,
Oh,
no,
It
like
was
rotting
depressing.
seaweed.
Ew.
Yeah, like rotting,
Right?
mildewing seaweed. It was
Because
ugh.
it was laying on the ground in 110-degree weather, just rotting.
Yep. It was one of those things where you could step on it and feel the inside of it warmer than the outside.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. But they've cleaned it up.
Dude,
We went
right?
down
It
there
was
the other
nice
day and it was nice.
yesterday.
On
Yeah.
Wednesday. when we went down.
Whenever we went, it was really nice, and I didn't have any problems, so it should be good. Why
All
do you
right.
sleep super nicely, and then as soon as we start, you want to get out? Fine, leave.
Because he's a cat.
Leave me. Okay.
Alrighty. Looking at the same map you guys are on, so we can.
So, quick thing. I apparently found a site that is allowing me to stream on 2 platforms.
Interesting.
But I am recording just in case something goes wrong.
Good to have backup.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I forgot to do?
Would you forget?
Oh no.
I
Update
forgot.
his
Spells.
spell
Shit.
list.
The spells.
The
Yeah.
spells that did not transfer over.
I meant to ask about that the other day actually because I was thinking about it.
Uh-oh.
Well,
So
oh well.
I think
We
it was
got
I
when
some
have
you
the
were
time.
spell
like
book.
made Aureus, and I was thinking, oh cool. Oh, what all spells can paladins do in Baldur's Gate? Because I was looking at some of the stuff, and
Smite.
command being one of them means you can get that greatsword immediately off of
I've done
that
that.
demon in the ship. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then it was like, oh, wait a minute, spells. I wonder if our little old man got all his spells right. And I forgot to ask.
Never thought
That's
of doing
fine.
that. That's brilliant. Commanding the devil
Stop.
to drop his sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually, huh?
I
That
don't
would be
know if
dope.
command's broken though, because when I played, anytime I use command to like tell them like to stop moving, it also completely like removes their turn. Like they can't attack either. They can't do anything.
I mean, you
Command,
command them
leave.
to stop.
Stop battling.
Yeah, I think command
Forever.
hold is like just take a turn. Yeah, the target doesn't move and takes no actions. A flying creature stays aloft, providing it's able to do so. Command is dumb.
It is.
I hate command drop.
Why?
I don't like command drop in Baldur's Gate because you have to pick it up and then you have to equip it, which is an action.
Oh, you don't like getting hit by
Oh.
command drop? Yeah.
Yeah, like hit with it because then, especially with my when I was playing a rogue who dual wielded, and you have to take an action to re-equip each one individually. So you need 3 actions to like go get it, put it back on, and then get to attack on the 3rd action.
That's dumb.
Yeah, fun fact.
The struggle.
When Hawk, Drake, and I were playing Baldur's Gate, we made a new campaign, and we wanted to get the Greatsword. Well, we were able to kill the demon because I went up to the front to the control panel, so just so I can, you know, be there. I get knocked down. And
You gotta
then,
get-
yeah, and then Drake and Hawk were able to kill the demon to get the greatsword, but then the Mind Flayer just mind blasts everyone. And so,
Indiscriminately.
yeah, so we ended up having to restart the fight. And we were just like, you know what, forget it, let's just not grab the greatsword anymore.
Let's just go.
Definitely see that being hella useful though early game, but
It kind of
Right.
was. Hawk and I got it. I was able to use. I was playing a cleric in a campaign Hawk and I were in, and I was able to command the demon to drop his greatsword. So Hawk picked it up and he gave it to Lae'zel, and it's been useful, you know, additional damage. But he did forget to equip it, I think, after the Druid's Grove.
so it took a minute.
Yeah, so it took a minute.
I'm trying to be peaceful with Aureus, but he keeps failing his persuasion rolls.
Oh,
So
Oh,
Aureus
no.
has been just non-stop fighting things. Like it's exactly like the campaign. Like he'll try so
I
hard,
was
like let's be
gonna
peaceful,
say,
and
yeah, it's
then
just like our
it
campaign where
fails.
you try, but not so successul.
Yeah, the one time I did
it's
do
like
something
it's like you
purposely
have
wrong.
Rose in your ear just whispering, "Just do it, just do it, just whack
Well,
him."
the one where you can throw shit in the goblin's eyes. I thought I'm like, no, that's too hilarious to pass up. I have to.
Can't not do that. And Orius being a shit farmer.
Oh
Right?
Gotta
yeah.
That
do
is
He had,
true.
he,
Yeah, the
he
shoveling
had, he
shit
had the shit
proficiency.
shoveling
it.
proficiency. Yep.
He did. He did. He spent
It
enough
was,
days
it was
just
made
doing
for him.
It was.
it. Oh.
Having too much fun with Baldur's Gate. I'm too scared to play it by myself.
I finally
Fuck.
finished it last night.
You know,
I mean,
I'm
Hawk
sad
is on
now.
like his 10th campaign with friends.
it's just so many other things that I need to
Right.
spend time on. Not even just to play, just like that
In
had been
general.
neglected. Yeah.
Hawk just sent me a picture of Weird Al Githyankovic. I think
Oh
I said
God,
that
no.
right.
Yankovic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh no. Okay.
Alright, can I show the
Anyway.
picture?
Send it in while we do recap.
So, last time on Tyranny of Dragons, we picked up back within the familiar home city of Erebor, where you guys have your home guild hall, finishing up shopping, procuring a few potions, getting a little bit of deer in the headlights blindness at the sheer quantity of options at Manon's, and Oni spending some time with Emmeline to help her select your hired crew of adventurers from a separate guild here within the city, hired to protect. Oh God, let me get to the other map where it's got all their names. Hold on. Nesdin, I think that was his name. Yeah, Nesdin, the local wizard who facilitates the teleportation circle here within the guild hall. Now, Nesdin is strong enough to cast teleportation circle, but not necessarily like a combat wizard. So to keep him safe on the trip back, you guys opted to hire this crew for, I think it ended up being about 2,000 gold total for Nesdin and the crew, to fly along with you up to the city of Parnast, where you would be staying behind and continuing on your travels. They would then safely and securely fly the ship back to the guild hall and return it to the guild, prioritizing the ships and their safety over speed, because you don't really need the ship back there within like 10 days per se. Heading out, you did have a little bit of a time crunch, as you have been alerted now that the fourth Titan, the Titan of Water, Leviathan, has fallen. Now controlled by your enemy, Severin, the four Dales under his command, you have opted to go for the shortest possible route to get into the Dalelands, through the mountains to the east of Parnast. The research you had procured with Aerith and Emmeline from a guild in Baldur's Gate opted, or gave you 3 different options of various cave networks that had these strange crystalline formations that were mentioned in some of the diary entries from the adventurers that had gone to the Dalelands. Marking those locations on your map, you shoved off on the morning of, I think it was the 22nd. See, yep, morning of the 22nd, early, and took to the skies. Your first leg of the journey being a very successful one. You ended up gaining an extra few miles with a nice strong tailwind and opted to push into the evening and continue flying through the night. At around 9 p.m., as you flew past a ominous dark bubble of shadowy roiling evil upon the ground beneath you, you found yourselves under attack by a small group of Aranyas, devils sent by Little Avernus to protect the skies, and with no idea who this could be flying so close to their city, they attacked you without any sort of parley or warning, and you were forced to send several of them back to the Hells.
Yeah, it was so
Your
rude of them.
your new friend
Were they
Nicholas. I'd forgotten about this whole side arc. Back in Iriabor, you you had
Got our
said
bro.
goodbye to your dear friend Takashi, who had opted to return home to his plane of Acheron.
Parental
To,
duties.
yeah, to
Overdue.
Parenthood.
check in on his daughter, who had been in communication with him over a few days, having heard through the grapevine that he appeared in this large park within the center of their city. She reached out with a sending and was surprised to have it work. Low-level communication across the plains is difficult, and 25 words a day cannot get very much information across, especially when you fail 2 sendings in a row. And so Takashi opted to return to Acheron via a plane shift spell from Mia and the shard of metal that had been embedded in his head at the beginning of this adventure, his part of this adventure,
His great big old noggin.
which you guys had
Right.
removed, and it was a whole thing.
You had the key home all along.
Well, and he even has a key back to you guys, being provided to him by Manon, a tuning
Sure.
fork that can one-time cast plane shift and allow him to travel back to the material. Mia traveled to Acheron with him, and seeing this strange world with 2 moons floating above was unsure. She saw him as an ally and a friend, and he seemed he needed help, and she wanted to help him, but Takashi assured her that her help would be better suited with the Wanderers on the material plane, that he would be looking into the BID to see if anybody possibly survived and would be sending help as soon as he's able. Mia said her goodbyes and shifted herself back to the material plane via a fork that she took from your very own cafeteria. You were then contacted by your ally, Lady Silverhand of Waterdeep, reaching out to Lord Silverlight and alerting him of a ally of Mistra's who wished to speak with you in regards to the missing goddess, this powerful entity that controlled the flow of magic and the structure of the weave and has since history began, suddenly incommunicado. And her champion coming out of hiding and well-deserved retirement
His nap.
to ask what the fuck is up with that. Nicholas teleported to a teleportation circle that he was familiar with here within Iriabor, a friend of his from years and years and years and years ago, ending up in a abandoned and not dilapidated but unkept wizard's cellar, and moving into the nobleman's mansion above, as he had purchased the mansion from a wizard without knowing that there was a wizard's lab under there. You led Lady
No sense.
Silverhand deftly through without alerting him of any well, I mean, there was oddness, but he was more perplexed than upset due to some
Who are you? In my house? What's
yeah,
happening?
some well-placed conversation and persuasion rolls, and then headed to the Guardians of the Sword Coast, the guild hall for the Wanderers of Starlight. Meeting with them and learning of what they had been kind of reading into, seeing this young woman, or Mia, and recognizing,
Spoilers.
I mean, recognizing something there within it, you opted to join the Wanderers and assist them in these trials to figure out if this is some avatar of Mistra or incarnation of Mistra. One, why doesn't she know it? Two, what the fuck? And there are still many, many questions to be answered. Joining them and spending that last day within Erebor, you left the next morning. And here within, circling back, the devil fight forced one devil to fall quickly to the ground with a constructed spell of your own make. During the battle, the ship was lightly damaged, the windows blown out as the Aranyas were attempting to shut down the pilot, keeping the airship
It's very
aloft.
rude.
It was very rude. And with the wind cutting through the captain's quarters, Ken opted to have Nesdin set the ship down outside the perimeter of this large penumbral space, this 120 diameter mile bubble of darkness, and Ken was to set to repairs. Now, there isn't a spare windshield in the hold.
Just put up some tarp.
They
It'll be
have
fine.
wood for repairing the deck, but there isn't like a full set of a windshield. So
We'll sit for 24 hours and Ken can meticulously put each piece of glass back together with
Using
mending.
mending.
I mean, I've
Yeah.
unfortunately thought about it. The way that the glass blew, you were moving. There's
It's gone.
it's gone. It shattered like stars onto the earth below you, and
Hopefully
is
it hit one of
sparkling.
them on the
So
way down.
let's see. I'm gonna update the time. It is about 10:30 on this first day's travel. The ship has set itself gently down on the ground. It was probably one of those landings where everyone needed to just get inside, because of the lack of a windshield. The wind made things a little bit trickier, but you were most of the way through your second travel anyway, and we're going to need to be setting the ship down for the APMs to cool off soon. So,
Yeah. So I got something that can easily fix that situation.
perfect. What you got for me?
Bad
Ew.
boy. Hell yeah.
Look at you.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Do we have any sand?
I was about to say there should be some sand.
And the thing is, there's enough. So there's glass. There are glasses for drinking and pitchers and things like that on the ship. There just wasn't anything per se to shape. But with Fabricate, as you
Hell
set
yeah.
the ship down, the rest of the hired adventurer party, who would they ask? They'll ask Aerith what they should be doing while Ken sets to gathering together the needed resources to cast Fabricate. It'll take probably about 20 minutes to get everything together and get the windshield back in.
Are we
Making a
landed?
new windshield.
Would you say, Earth?
Are we like on the ground? Have we landed?
Yes, you guys have landed.
I guess I would ask them to see if they could hunt for like food, gather some berries, vegetables, meat, scout the area.
Just don't go towards the giant bubble of darkness.
Yeah, just don't
right?
go towards the giant bubble of darkness unless you want to get screwed over by a demon who knows how powerful.
So we'll be landed for a few minutes then, at least. Give us some time to gonna leave us in the wilds, are you? Kind of gives you
Yep,
a half
bye.
grin. I'll move you guys back here so you can see the. Oop, not this one. This one. The tokens.
I'm so tempted to sarcastically say yes. As soon as you leave, we're going to leave you.
Paid you 2,000 gold to leave you in the wilderness 2 days away
Yeah.
from your ear
Just,
before.
just strand you in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I just. Fair enough. Okay, alright, crew, let's go. We are on foraging duty. And he'll lead the four of them off the ship.
Wait a minute.
Send a
Pretty
message
sure
if
we-
you're in trouble.
Pretty sure we stocked up before we left.
You did. The
We did
stores
buy
are.
food, yeah.
You have a solid like 3 weeks worth of travel supplies. Because it's been stocked up for this journey, but
Foraging for fun, then.
sure. They're just following orders. Aerith gave the order, so I'm not going to question it.
Otherwise, they're just
keep
gonna be
them on their
standing around
toes.
going,
Okay. Okay. Cool.
I mean, it's kind of what we're doing, right? We're just
Shh,
we're also
more
just kind of
important than
sitting
them.
around going,
Yeah. Okay.
Mia will try to, while Ken is making the windshield, she's just like sitting in the cockpit trying to figure out what everything does with no context.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Nice.
It's
About right.
it's beautiful. It
Accurate.
really is. So like for the most part, the ship looks like a standard kind of captain's quarters. There are strange like gemstones embedded in the like the dash area that have the arcane commands and things in them, but there's a giant wheel in the front of it that manages the port and starboard steering. It kind of lists forward and back to help with the pitch and yaw. But for the most part, it's just kind of like your standard fare of a cockpit. When you're looking at it, you see these like beautiful sparkles, these like jolts of light that just sort of like through the wood and into the ship. You kind of watch them as they fade through the ship, and then there's like a little pulse in the strange glowing stone that's set into the bottom of it. So you have no idea how it's working, but you can kind of see how it all connects together, like the threads of magic through the ship. Similar to how artificery looks, but not as it's a little bit more fluid in this than you've seen in Ken's. But if nobody else has anything they wanted to do, Ken, you can gather together some basic resources. There is some sand used for ballast, as well as like glasses and things that can be smashed up to form a good base of resources and build a perfect replication of the front windshield. It takes about 10-15 minutes to gather everything together, 10 minutes to craft it, and maybe another 30 to install it correctly and get it like affixed in with mending cantrips. But after about an hour on the ground, you are good to go.
I would have
hey, you snuck
Feathers
us in a
look
quick little short
over.
rest, Ken. Good work.
Well, it wasn't a short rest for me. I was working.
Roll me a perception for Feathers.
Feathers, I don't have your thing up. Yes, he has proficiency.
It's about 45-50 minutes later. The crew, the hired crew, comes back. They have a small satchel of some wild berries that they were able to find. But as they head under the deck and go back to where the galley is, Trevor will find you, Aerith, as you're just looking out into the distance, wondering why Feathers can never roll a decent perception check to save his life.
He got distracted by a mouse. He rolled a
Well,
6,
it's
by
actually
the way.
it wasn't a mouse, because as you're looking out, waiting for him to come back and just kind of like you haven't heard anything from him, Trevor. Well, no animals to speak of out there. As dead as I've ever seen anywhere. We were able to find some small berries. They seemed edible, but I wouldn't try them unless we're really hard up. They're a little got these strange black spots on them. Never seen anything quite like it.
Oh no.
Do you think it's because of the giant black spear? And Mia just like points at it over her shoulder.
I've seen terrible things. Probably. That's my guess.
Seems pretty terrible. Is that always been there? Is that just normal?
It's new.
Okay.
What do you know about it? I don't think you guys actually told them anything about it, because
No.
no. I've traveled these roads. That's if my kind of like looks up at the stars. My guesstimations are correct. We're near Scornoble, correct?
Well, it
Yep.
seems real dark and real bad.
And against the night, you can see where the moon just doesn't touch the ground.
I can see through it. I mean,
I don't know what you're talking
No,
yeah.
you can't,
about.
Eric.
Mr. Darksight.
No, you can't.
My devil sight can't
No?
pierce it.
Not even with
Doesn't
Darksight?
pierce the penumbra
Ooh.
of the shadows.
Uh,
One, you're
what
you're
about
very very
ethereal
far
sight?
away.
Well, I know I'm far away, but
To Mia, it looks like a bubbling pustule
Ew.
of
Seems
black
fine.
shadow. You can't see anything through it. It's just black.
That's fun.
Right?
Sure, it's
Roll
fine.
me a deception check, Aerith. He's not a very insightful man, but I have to.
I'm
I
not
have to roll
deceptive
for it.
either. Where is my deception? Oh God, why do
You're
I
a
have
warlock.
advantage on? I'm a warlock subclass, Cade.
I know. That's exactly what you did. You did Final Fantasy 11. He kind of like lifts his eyebrow and looks at you. And goes,
Did he roll a 13?
he rolled a 16.
Ugh.
Right. Is it dangerous?
I'm gonna go ahead and
Is
say
it dangerous?
Is it dangerous? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it is. So I would avoid it at all costs.
I think we're just gonna dump the berries then. I'm gonna go tell Fury not to even try them.
Maybe don't eat those yet.
Yeah, he just sort of walks away because you're his boss. He doesn't want to challenge you. But as he heads under deck, you hear Ken and Nesdin, as Nesdin's been helping with a simple mending cantrip as well. All right, well, I think that should hold. You hear knock, knock, knock from one side as Nesdin knocks on the glass. Look good to you, Ken.
Yeah, this should be good.
Right.
Fucking shattering my window, asshole.
Well, they are devils. They are. It is kind of what they all want to do. Should we? I'm passingly familiar with the limitations of the ship. Should we wait here for the night, or do we want to continue on through the evening?
No, we need to let the APMs cool down. Last time we overdid it, we ended up being in the lair range of a blue Dracolich. That was
Pirate
fun.
Isles.
That sounds like an adventure. Well,
It was a unique
What's an
one.
APM?
that would be the arcane propulsion modules, and he kind of like points to the large glowing stones that are there's 4 of them at each of the undersides points here, like at the starboard and port, and then there's like 1 or 2 big ones on the back that give forward propulsion. 1 or 2 smaller ones in the front. I'm trying to figure it out like a space engineers type spaceship. Get propulsion in all the different directions. But it just they emanate, and to Mia it looks like a levitation cantrip, but a very very powerful one. Or not a cantrip, but a spell, like something that's very along that line. Nesdin looks over at Ken. Let's go have a drink. Come on. We'll leave the others to stand watch. We'll give the propulsion modules another few hours to cool down, and then we can head out. I've been resting most of the day. I should be fine to do a leg or two.
Okay. Lead the way. Come on,
No.
kiddos. Gotta go take a chill pill.
The dragons that had doffed during the repairs but stayed close as you were still in near enemy territory scramble after you as Nesden leads you to the underside of the deck and back to the galley. As you enter the galley, you see Trevor. He's got his hands, like his glasses are pushed up and his fingers are on his nose, and he's like, "And how many of them did you eat?" And Furia goes, "I don't know, like a handful. Someone needed to try them." And then she kind of just, "But I don't think they were good. Excuse me." She pushes past you. She rolls a 7 on her con save.
Oh my god.
She's gonna run up to the top deck to hurl.
Oops.
Anything you guys want to do during the 3 hours it'll take for the APMs to continue cooling off before you can take back to the skies?
You said it
Can
was
I-
10:30 at night?
About 10:30. Would you say again?
Would it be possible to chill with Nesden while trying to finish fixing my +1 shield?
Yeah. Roll me a Smith's tool check, but this one's at disadvantage because you don't have all of your you don't have a full forge to work in. You don't really
Yeah.
need it at this point. You're doing more of like the inlay work, but it's still a Smith's tools. Yeah. That was the. Because you had it was just a basic shield already, right? You were trying.
Yeah, I sent you a GIF of
Yeah,
how
yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted the end result to be.
I'm just mechanically. It was just a okay. Just look. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. Cool. Okay. So you spend the few hours in the galley. By the end of it, you're exhausted because you flew all day. You were behind the wheel. Then you fought. Then you fixed things and worked, and you do finish your shield. So it is now +1. And as you're working on that aspect, so that part of the armor is its own independent Race Velgar, like little.
Yeah.
So there's a
So
little
you-
guy running around that by itself just becomes a shield when he armors up.
I want to say it's like his wings that kind of just like they like click out and then
Form together.
clink and like fold out and click back together. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
find the gifts so that I can
Like
reference
Falcon from the
it.
MCU.
Ah,
yeah.
that's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, got it. It's not like Falcon from the MCU.
Oh no.
Or
I had a different image. I had a different image in my head because I saw a different GIF when you had mentioned that in my mind. But going off of what you just referenced, as I found it, it doesn't actually change much physically. So the gauntlet itself, like each of the gauntlets, like the forearm parts, are their own Race Velgar small dragon that clicks around that arm and kind of folds out. Most of the changes happen right around like where the knuckles are, really. It's kind of this weird amalgamation of your thunder gauntlets and this extra bit of it really, when it's retracted, it only looks about the size of a like I'm trying to think of what the name of it is, like a D-ring, like a handhold. It just looks like an oval that you hold in your hand. And then when activated, a field of arcane energy emanates out and stretches to about 3 feet tall by about 2 feet wide in what looks like the shape of a kite shield.
so it's like energy
It looks like an arcane
instead of
shield.
like a
Yes.
Hell yeah.
full shield.
Kite
That's cool.
man. No, I'm kidding.
Yes. There.
Zoop.
Oh, so I
And
was
he's,
close with that, right?
you're becoming a centurion. Hell yeah, dude.
gauntlet in one hand, shield in the other. But by the end of it, you are exhausted, and Esden has been watching as you've worked, and having the conversation to kind of half distract you. It helps. It's it's still fine work, like detailed, but having someone to just sort of resonate with.
Yeah.
At the end of that, though, you would probably be retiring to your captain's quarters to get your long rest, unless there was anything else you wanted to do before wrapping your night up.
Nah. I probably, have a quick gathering. Make sure that person who ate those berries is okay.
Not
Let
dead.
them know that,
I'll use a
you know,
lesser
but-
restoration just to make her feel better.
She gives you
Things
like a
continue.
really, really hard look and then goes, "Thanks," and walks downstairs.
Don't be sassy with
let them know
me.
that, before we depart in a couple of hours, I want to get everyone together for a quick meeting, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. And then I'm gonna go to bed.
Feathers flies around, doesn't get distracted by a mouse. Roll me another perception check with advantage for the rest of the 3, hours that you're here, for as he's flying around the space.
Oh,
He
he
does
sees
these
everything.
like he's basically running a scouting pattern, like a spiral pattern out from you, mostly keeping on the lookout for devils. What he does see is that the devils are moving outside of the penumbra of the bubble. He gets close enough to it that through that vision link you can see that they are patrolling outside of it, but they only go maybe about 5 miles or so outside of it, and you're just beyond that range. So as long as you stay here and don't light any fires or cause anything that might draw attention to this location, it doesn't seem like they know you're here. At least at the moment. He does see a single Aranius flying through the air at one point, back towards the penumbra, and ducks into the trees.
Stupid assholes, fucking baby fall off ship.
Oh, is that the one?
Yeah, probably. One that fell. Because she didn't die. It's just
No.
fall. You just fall to the ground, and that's it.
Slowly
But
down.
by the time she fell, you guys were so far away that I was like, I'm just rolling her out of initiative. But Robert's gonna have a conversation with her and be like, "You idiots! Those were the wanderers of Star. Oh. You're lucky
The
you didn't die.
one
Everyone else
people that we said leave them the fuck alone.
Is there anything anybody else wants to do in these last few hours before?
I'll relay the information about not lighting fires or drawing attention to the rest of the group, just to make sure nobody does anything stupid.
Okay.
Mia's just been like still sitting in the cabin, like on the floor, watching the flow of magic through the ship, because they said that the APMs needed to cool down and that last time they almost crashed, and so she's trying to like see if there's anything wrong, I guess, with it,
Roll me
or something to
yeah,
improve or something.
check.
Insight.
Nice.
Okay, 21. So from where you are in the cabin, it's kind of like watching the screen on the Matrix. You know, like where the text just falls down in those like raindrops. That's more or less what you're seeing. These like lines of sparkling light that twist out. And they kind of like when you look at artificery, it flows in these solid like straight lines. These like ding 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 ding. You know, like they're very mechanical, but these have a organic kind of braid to them, twist. They kind of like move through space and flow like a river through the ground at these like pulses. And you start following them, and you follow them back to or over here to probably the front APMs are the easiest to observe, and you just sort of watch. And they're just these pulses that go into the large crystalline module. And as they hit it, they resonate through it. These waves that just sort of like ripples in a pond. But what you notice is that the overall kind of size of the pond, the amount of water in the pond, seems to be draining slowly out of the stone and just into the world around you. And you're not sure how the spell works well enough to be able to know how to modify it, but it looks like there's some sort of buildup of energy along the way that once it hits a critical point could cause unforeseen side effects.
Okay. I guess after the switch, she would probably stay with Nesden then and like just chat about that and like tell him, because she knows that he knows magic stuff.
Okay. Well, he's
Just
actually
talk
with
about
Ken
it.
because they're down
Yeah,
in the
I mean
valley.
after like when he takes over, like she would still be there.
Oh, okay. Because that'll be at like 1 in the morning, and
Yeah.
you do get tired. You do need to sleep.
Go to bed at some point then.
Just go to bed at some point again.
We're not sleepy. You're sleepy.
My dear, you look exhausted. You've had a day. Since Ken wanted to get everyone together, let's say it's about 1:30 in the morning. It's quiet and peaceful here in the small clearing amidst the brushwork, like sparse oak trees of central Sword Coast. Ken has gathered everyone probably onto the top deck because this is where the biggest amount of space is. As you are all ready to go, the APMs have fully cooled off. The pools of energy seem to have dissipated entirely, Mia.
Ken wants to meet, and then we go meet.
Extra tokens off the deal. Okay.
Tiny little Nicholas.
Trevor will look over at Ken. Alright, lads, so, what do we need? What's the plan from here? Are we gonna turn in for the night, fly through the night? I mean, I kind of need to turn in.
So, yeah. So apologies about that. That little scrap we had earlier. I didn't realize that the threat range was that far out. I'll have Mr. Nesden take control of the helm until we can get to Parnas. Me and my group will hang out mostly on the top deck in a yellow phase situation where we're, semi-relaxing, but also keeping an eye on things just in case. Make sure your team is also at the ready just in case we need the backup. But yeah, you guys definitely go get some rest. You guys deserve it. We'll hang out here for a little bit longer, and then I'll gauge out when's another good stopping spot for us to get some good sleep. All of us.
All right. Very good. And it's no problem. I mean, this is what we signed up for. I'm just impressed you managed to get rid of them all before we even got onto the deck. I felt like we reacted pretty quickly and got up here, but it's good to know that we're in good hands. Mr. Nesden, and Nesden will kind of give him like a he's been up as well, but he's got that like old man can go for 3 days straight energy. And he just gives them a nod and kind of goes, "I'll man the helm. Keep us on course. I'll send for you in about 6 hours, Ken, and then I'll need a moment to rest. But at that point, we should be well into the dawn."
Another question. Are there more dark bubbles to avoid?
This is a good question. Should I be on the
Mm,
lookout?
no, this is that one's the only one.
Should be.
Kind of looks at you.
Ideally.
Actually, hold on. I need to roll a die. I need to roll a die to decide how trusted Nesden is. Would he be included in the inner circle of... Okay, he kind of looks at you and looks back at Mia.
Business.
It's the only one I'm familiar with, so hopefully we should be... Well, I mean, the skies are very rarely entirely safe, but I believe I heard a story once of large, angry ducks attacking your crew. So, no, he looks over at Mia. No more dark bubbles.
Okay. Are there
Don't
other
remind me.
bubbles?
Don't remind me of the ducks.
You know, I actually
Traumatized
tried some
Rose
of that.
more than the rest of us.
The meat was quite delicious. If we could find some way to domesticate ducks of that size.
Yeah, Alan. Good luck.
I couldn't even
but
get through
yeah.
it. Hello. I'm just imagining a chocobo-sized duck.
That's too big.
Oh, boy.
That's too big.
Right.
That's what they were. They were horse-sized ducks. But Trevor will nod, and Mather will kind of yawn. Oh, I'm sleepy. Let's get to our hammocks. Zulbar, who's kind of like he's got his arms crossed and his head down, and was listening but had his eyes closed, kind of just like opens one eye and yawns, follows. I'll see you all in the morning. Furiette doesn't say anything. She just goes under.
Are there any other different colored bubbles that we should be worried about?
Not that I know
Hopefully not.
Okay.
Gotta summon that rainbow bubble.
of. Just bring up all the colors.
Nesden kind of pokes his head out from the side window and shouts down at you all. Just, you might want to hold on to something. I've only really had practice in the air. Takeoff and landing, as I've heard, is the hardest part, so here we go!
You can do it!
There's a low, gentle hum as the APMs kick into flight, and you take back into the air. It's a bit bumpy. He doesn't hit the ground or anything, but he kind of like takes into the air, and then it drops for a little bit, and then you hear a, oh, what? Oh, okay, got it. And then right back up as he rolled a flat 10.
Oh boy.
Perfectly
fine.
average.
He did perfectly average. But gets you guys into the air and continuing along your journey. You are all keep moving you guys between Eriabor. I also just realized that I was on a different map than you guys were on. You were on the dragon map, weren't you? The one with all
No,
of the
we're-
different decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there supposed to be
I meant to
another
put
one?
you guys on the one that you were fighting on because it had the
Oh.
tokens for the the NPCs. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
just rolled
We don't
away.
need to see them.
Okay. So as you take off into the air, what is the plan for everybody? You are all pretty exhausted as it is late at night, early in the morning on the 23rd. What's the plan?
I'm gonna go back to sleep for a little bit,
Okay.
and then like an hour or two before the shift change, I want to train.
Okay.
I'm gonna
So
trance.
number then. Okay.
Yep, on his sitting cross-legged on the deck, also trancing.
Okay.
I mean, if we do it like Baldur's Gate, we're just laying flat on the bed with our
Sleepily.
hands in a meditative position.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you could really meditate however you want.
Yeah, only's definitely
just-
not the lay flat
I
in a
just found
bed,
that funny in Baldur's
meditative
Gate.
type.
I expected them to be sitting cross-legged and meditating, but no, they were just.
That's
Right.
how I always imagine it. They've always got that like legs crossed over the other leg and the two hands like clasped in there. You know, like you're not sitting. You're comfortable, but you're not sitting comfortably. You're
Yeah.
meditating. trancing. So everyone turning in for their rest. Mia, Nicholas?
Yeah,
Yep.
Mia goes to chatter with Nesden for like 30 or 40 minutes before she probably falls asleep in the command room with him.
Yes, yes,
She doesn't really have somewhere to sleep otherwise, also.
that's fair.
So
As
she
you
just sleeps
talk
there.
to him and explain what you're seeing, that would make sense. From what I've been able to understand, it's a highly enhanced and modified levitation cantrip that then uses a
Oh.
or not cantrip, but spell.
He goes into textbook explanation. She falls
Yeah.
asleep.
Then he looks over at you. Um, he can't leave the helm, but you wake up several hours later and his coat is kind of draped over you, and he's just staring out at the beautiful, beautiful pre-dawn of about 4:30 in the morning from 20,000 feet in the air.
Hell yeah. I've got a weird question for you.
Yeah.
Because when we meditate, it's like nothing strenuous, nothing crazy. How does meditating interact with the echo? Because you can transfer your consciousness into the echo.
So I
And
feel
go
like,
and like hang out.
yeah,
feel
I
like
think
he
it's
just
your
becomes a.
consciousness that needs to be doing nothing. Like to meditate. It's in that same vein of sleeping. You're not necessarily just keeping your body still. You've got to keep your mind still.
You can't sleepwalk in your shadow.
Who says?
I mean, you can certainly try. I'm not gonna say no, but just I would say that mechanically, because it's similar to sleep, that it's kind of like a sleep of the consciousness, but sleepwalking. I mean, who was it? It was like Gandalf could sleep with his eyes open, so that he could constantly be aware and knowing what was going on in Lord of the Rings.
That is all wild to me that people can actually pull that shit off.
I
Right?
know.
I don't
The
get it. It's so
tiniest bit
weird.
of light wakes me up. So
Right?
if I had my eyes open, there's no way I would ever get sleep.
Nicholas, off to find a
Off to
cabin.
find a corner to sleep
Off to
in.
see the
Well,
wizard, the wonderful
there
Wizard of
are
Oz.
there are cabins because everybody did have a cabin.
I changed cabins.
I know you did.
You stole mine.
I know
Ken's
Nicholas
there.
is
Here.
small, so he really doesn't need a lot of space.
Yeah. Mia's up in here. Neston. Oni trancing with his clone on the deck, playing patty cake. Yeah, there's so many crew quarters still available. Like honestly, they don't need to sleep in freaking hammocks. They can
Right? They could just sleep in the
they
beds.
have the beds. They're just gonna take the beds. There are enough. Okay. Awesome. Awesome.
Nicholas might actually go to the kitchen and sleep in one of the chairs. Do some late night reading before he falls asleep.
All right. I dig it.
You're just reading ingredients. What's in this milk?
What's in this milk? Contents
Milk.
milk.
No, he's got a big book to read and review, and then
Yeah,
he'll
he
do that
does.
until he gets drowsy and falls asleep.
Okay. Right. Well, you are all able to get your long rest. Ken, you wake up a little bit earlier as dawn rises. You know Nesden's probably going to be getting pretty tired, but you have time to do your meditations if you would like.
Alright, here we go.
That's a nice portent.
Yep.
16.
Okay. Okay.
So close.
You sit on the floor, open your mind, your ears, your consciousness. You can hear the wind beyond the windows of your cabin, the gentle billowing of the clouds on the outside. You watch it just for a moment before letting yourself drift into that tumultuous, but at this point familiar pool of energy deep within your consciousness. You find yourself relaxed within it, familiar and comfortable. Those 7 points of light out just at the edge of your reach. What do you do?
Let's try synchronizing with the second star.
Reach out to the second star, and it is another familiar voice. What do you command of me, Lord Ascalon? How may we serve? This time you've reached White Mage.
White Mage. Just checking in on you guys, making sure everything's okay. We're gonna go on a. Just want to let you know that my team and I are gonna go on a little journey. We'll be back. Well, don't really know, but it'll be
Eventually.
it'll be a reasonable time, so you won't need to worry about us if we're gone for a long period of time. You know, just let me know if anything happens, or you can try to contact me if anything happens, and I will try my best to get to you as soon as I can.
Understood.
I wish y'all the, you know, the best of luck. If if you're doing any training or any, spell crafting, I wish you all the luck in those endeavors. And take care of yourselves, take care of each other.
Hide your kids, hide your wives. Sorry.
We will, Lord Ascalon. Starfall is well and protected. None have threatened its borders. Stay safe as well. We are but a call away. As she kind of drifts back and forms into the rest of this constellation of stars, you feel as the energy whips around you. Our meditations have come to a close for today.
So basically, if I get high enough on the meditation checks, I can pretty much like get a free chat with the Platinum Lizard folks back home.
You're connected to them. You know that much at least.
Neat.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna
Maybe you
spill
should get really
beans.
good. You could summon them and help us out.
Mhm.
Because we like to die. We like to die a lot, and if you have a white mage, just pop out.
That'd be fucking great. And if that's possible, fuck yeah.
We
Like,
tend
hey,
to
we need
make
a
some
connection.
questionable decisions, you know.
Tend
No.
to try like every single time.
Nah, that doesn't sound right.
We need an extra shield, summon paladin.
Who
All
knows?
right.
Who
Well,
knows?
that was interesting. I'm glad to know the peeps at home are safe. So I'm head out on the deck here and start learning training how to punch defensively.
Roll me a perception check.
Perception?
You get out here and having only needed to meditate for 4 hours, is already hard at work on Mariner, training with his echo on the ebb and flow of this ship moving through the air.
Hell yeah. All right. All right. Ken, as you walk by, you glance to the left through the starboard side window of the captain's quarters. Neston seems to be keeping on. He looks like an old trucker at this point. Just eyes locked ahead, hands on the wheel, nothing distracting him. He looked a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit closer. You see Mia curled up and under like his large robes. Just she's so much smaller than he is that it is a blanket.
Oh, boy.
But
You know what? I'm gonna do a quick detour. I'm going to very carefully pick up Mia and then have her like go sleep on my bed until she wakes up. So she's not like
yeah,
like
it's
sore and awkward.
She wasn't snoring. Roll me a dexterity check. You have more than enough strength. She's light. Like, as you kind of bundle her up and get your arms around her shoulders, and Esden looks back at you and goes, she fell asleep, almost
Flash convenient.
immediately.
Burrito.
Okay. I got her all bundled up, but I couldn't quite step away. Thank you. I think she would appreciate being able to stretch out on something more comfortable.
Yeah, she's a little trooper, that's for sure.
Kind of like curl the cloak around her knees and get like one arm under her shoulder, and you pick her up, and there's a like as you lift her up, she weighs probably maybe 100 pounds. Your bag has weighed more than she does. And as you turn her, you almost knock her head against the door frame before you kind of like stop and settle yourself and settle her and lift her up just a little bit more and push your way out of the door frame and into your captain's quarters, settling her gently into a sleep as you hit a DC of 15 with a flash of genius.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, get Mia. All the while, you can hear it's strange when Oni is fighting his clone. He's going through these motions, and the clone is reacting, but they don't really hit each other. There's this like flickering, and more what you're hearing is like the stomps and the movements against the deck from both of them. But as you look, like the swings will go out and the parry will happen, but then it'll kind of like flicker away, and then the like physicality will change because they're echoes.
Oh. Hey, morning, Oni. Training at heart, I see.
Oni will kind of nod in between swings, and yep, it's important to maintain proper form at all times.
That is very true. Old man Sid always drilled that into my head when I was still an apprentice. I got an idea. How about having me as your opponent to, change things up? Maybe it'll give you some perspective on your fighting style and make some improvements.
Sure, I'm always open to taking in fresh experiences and learning more than what I know.
And not just fighting literally yourself.
And I've been meaning to ask, you have a artifact of Bahamut, right? I saw the platinum wings a couple days ago, and I don't know, I never got around to sit down and ask you about that.
We kind of pause because I think we've figured out that he's not aware that it's like what that means, other than what the item is. He's like, you refer to these, right? Kind of lift up the metallic beads.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't know if I showed you yet, but the sword I wield, uh, that's his, that's another one of his artifacts, the claw. I'm not sure which one yours are. If you don't mind, I'd like to inspect it a little bit before we start training.
Sure, I don't mind. You and everyone else here have proven trustworthy enough, and kind of like take them off slowly and hold them out to you.
I'll
Or the moth.
very gently like grasp them and then inspect them real quick.
Roll me an insight check.
All right, gonna go ahead and preemptively fire up the flash of genius.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Well, yeah.
But +5 regardless.
Okay, +5 regardless. All right, 24. As you take them in your hand, you feel it. The resonance. This, I mean, it's you've now run into 3 of them. You've run into justice, truth. And as you hold these in your hand, there's only one word that comes to mind. Freedom.
And I'm
Bahamut.
free. Sorry.
Freedom.
It's freedom.
And which aspect is it covering? Like which
Oh,
part?
that is a
quote
good
unquote?
question. Where are my notes on that?
Now, I figured like freedom equals flight equals like maybe a piece of its wing.
It's-
But if you already have notes, then I'll go with you.
My notes only have it as what it is, that it was an ornament, who it was bonded to. I actually have claw fang notes like I did. It'd probably be, yeah, wing. Bahamut's wings. And would also track with the spectral wings.
Sick.
The wings, the fang, and the claw.
Oh. Well, yeah. I can safely say that this is indeed an artifact of Bahamut's. Uh, with inspection, I believe this is called Bahamut's Freedom. I guess that kind of coincides with the wings it generates when you activate the artifact. Huh. I didn't think I'd see another artifact so soon. And I'd give them back to Oni. Yeah, I mean, if the artifact chose you, then, likewise. I mean, I trust you. You've definitely earned my trust, for sure.
To kind of put them back on, and I appreciate it. I'm only here to help maintain that balance that Tiamat is striving to destroy.
Yeah. Well, shall we get to training?
Absolutely.
Right, go ahead, roll me dexterity for your mariner style. I was trying to remember the word mariner. And Ken, you're working on
Style.
defensive, right?
Yep.
All right, give me a strength check.
All right.
All right, so that's 1d6 for Oni and 2d6 for Ken.
Hey!
Okay.
Nice. Nice.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Unfortunately, it does help with the mariner fighting style. Wow, that was really good. But the training this morning is cut short by a call for food and rumbling bellies from below, which unfortunately limits the amount of progress you guys are able to make. But progress is made nonetheless. Aerith, what is yours? As you finish up your trance at around 6 in the morning, it's about an hour or so before Ken wakes up.
I would probably be working on the alchemy supplies, trying to get proficiency with that.
Okay. Go ahead and been rolling. You've been rolling wisdoms for those, right? Or intelligence?
Intelligence.
Intelligence. Okay. I was like, I wanted to say intelligence, but my brain was saying that you've been rolling wisdoms, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Give me an intelligence check.
Woo.
Okay.
Hey.
That is 5d6. Okay.
Well.
As you focus in this morning, you take a little bit extra time because you have extra time from your trance, and this is a more solo endeavor to just focus in on figuring these things out and making them work. Unfortunately, the random movements of the ship from the changes in air pressure and turbulence around you cause some intermittent problems. You spill a couple of vials, and one small inconsequential dropper from the alchemy tools gets broken and needs to be replaced, but you make some progress. It's just training on a ship is hard. Yeah, those were some pretty average and sad rolls. It's unfortunate. You rolled so well on your int check.
I know.
Nicholas, as you fall asleep here within the galley, the gentle rocking of the ship almost unnoticed. You're finally awoken in the early hours of the morning by two low voices that are kind of just like grumbling to each other. Not like in a bad way, but just sort of, I'll be happy when I'm back on the ground and not having to sleep in the air. I don't know what it is, but when I'm moving, I can never just sleep. Furiette will reply, you'll just be lucky you've got a bed that's comfortable. My bed feels like it's filled with rocks. And then they look over you and go, sorry, sir. Didn't mean to wake you up.
It's gonna give a little wave.
I think Trevor and Mather just went in to go and cook us some breakfast, so we should be fed soon. She kind of looks over at Zolbart, who looks at her like, eyebrow raised, like, what are you doing? Right. Anyway, what were we talking about? What you doing this morning, Nicholas?
Can I work on an ability score improvement
Sure.
of
what do you...
intelligence?
No.
Okay.
I know it's gonna take forever to do,
It will. What is your intelligence now?
but it is 24.
Okay.
Jesus.
Alright. So,
And yet you want more.
because
I
of your
want it
book, you
all.
can. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So it's going to cost 250,
Okay.
and then give me an intelligence check.
Hey, that was almost a nat 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say I could use Porton and put my 20 there, but I don't need it.
Could've. All right. So that is 5d6. That was 3 good trainings above the threshold. So it's a good start. As you go back to your studies, flipping through your massive, massive tome, which you've read and read and read and read, but every time you read, it's always filled with new and surprising information.
Is it like the size of him? Does he have like
It's not that-
what looks like a backpack, but it's actually a book with straps for him to carry it around?
it is a pretty big book, but like he can still hold it without it causing him problems. But it's also a really heavy book. Even if you guys picked it up, like, damn, this is heavy for its size. But it's not unbearably heavy. Otherwise, he would struggle to move around.
It's half your carrying capacity.
I just like the idea of this man walking around with a book the size of him on his back, just chilling, you know?
He just casts enlarge reduce on it so he can put it away,
Yeah.
reduces it, and then pops it back to its normal size. Alrighty. So, as the trainings are wrapped up, Mia, you awaken in a comfortable, big, soft bed, all starfished out under the blankets that have been now half tossed off the bed.
Yep.
You hear the sounds of light-hearted training outside. It sounds like combat, but you can hear it's like wham, 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 and then you can hear haha, that was good, and chatter back and forth between them in the distance. You know you're not under attack, and it's just your allies at work on the deck. What would you like to do this morning?
I have to assume this is probably the most comfortable thing she's slept on since existing.
Probably, yeah. Well,
I don't know how comfortable the barracks beds are.
right.
Because those are the only other ones that she has to like
It's
compare to.
comparable. This one would be softer, but whether or not that's better or worse is up to Mia, because everybody has a little bit of a preference. But this one seems softer, like it's meant to help mitigate the constant like bouncing of an airship.
Right.
It's like a water.
Yeah. A waterbed on like an airship, I feel like would either be really cool or really awful. I can't decide.
Both.
Right.
Porque no los dos.
What if that produced a scenario, right? You know how chickens auto stabilize their head so that you can move the bodies around and a waterbed on a rocking ship. Imagine if it just kept you stable the whole time, so you didn't even feel the movement. How sick that would be!
That'd be really awesome.
You just gotta have like a
gyro
bed
bed.
in a giant Jello mold, and just put the Jello mold in the. Amazing.
Well, they're on travel vacation, and so she doesn't actually really want to train. So she probably just goes back to sleep.
Right.
I don't
Another
really have much else that I can think of that she wants to do.
another hour passes, and then you hear from pretty far away. Everybody can hear as Traver pokes his head out, and it's like I'm trying to get all of the. So like, this door here actually comes out right here, and so the galley and the kitchens are directly beneath the helm, and then on that same level, Aerith's room is up here beneath the forecastle, and then everything else is below this deck.
Down there. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
And
because I've
then-
been looking at
so
it going
they're
like,
just like this is just like on top of the.
yes. So, because like I wish I had a side view of this ship.
Mm.
Essentially, like this and this have the same height, and this is the highest point on the ship. This is like the
Okay.
crow's nest.
Yeah,
Um,
I think I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as Traffer pokes his head out and sees the two and a half of you training, he'll kind of like, oh, we've got breakfast ready for us, boys. If you want to come in and eat, and then he'll just sort of like look out and then just shout onto the ship, breakfast. Aerith, you hear from beyond the door as the call for food.
I go
Okay,
out for
well-
food.
Well, I guess
We'll
we'll
also
cut,
get up for food.
guess we'll cut
Nesden,
this thing short for right now. Go get us some grub.
Sounds like a plan. Gotta nourish the body and the mind.
right. Simple breakfast of oatmeals and some like mixed fruits. It's like a watered, like a lemon juice almost as the drink. It's not particularly good because the fare had to be something that could keep and be cooked on a ship, but it's filling. Is there anything you guys wanted to discuss over breakfast? Nesden will keep flying the ship, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Mia.
I was gonna say I was gonna bring him food if he wanted it.
Yes. He will. He'll kind of, as you walk by, be like, "Dear, would you mind bringing me a bowl of something warm, just whenever you get the chance?"
Warm food. Got it. Just like wanders over to the kitchen. Just what do we have for food that's warm?
They got these. She starts handing you bowls. Go bring those to your friends, and then I'll bring these to my friends, and here we go.
Okay.
And the two of you will
Wait, hold
serve
on.
everything.
I don't have enough hands. Hold on. Okay, I'll get this one. This.
She starts like piling them on your arms like a waiter.
Let me help her.
The small dwarf seems very apt at this. She comes out like with 3 different bowls balanced on her left arm and starts like with swift movements just like dropping them on the tables in front of her companions and actually, let's sit at this big table. There's a little more space. For the tables. But yeah, I don't know if you guys had anything you wanted to discuss over breakfast, or if you just want to get into the day's travels, we can do that. It's up to you.
I probably because yeah, I think everyone was there. We had that quick meeting like early. So just reiterate what I said the other night. We're going to be in a yellow phase. Keep our eyes open on everything, and blah blah blah, blee blee blee. And just make some casual conversation. I don't want it to be like strictly just like
Work.
Yeah.
yeah, employer employee. I want to like I guess I want to get to know them as like fellow adventurers.
Okay.
What's some of the stuff that's done up
Ken
to now?
Ken
How's
starts
he? How's he
twerking.
help me?
Work. Sorry.
Roll me a
I
charisma
can't
check,
resist.
Ken, with
I can't
advantage.
resist.
Alright.
Okay.
Nice.
So, Zulbert and Furiette they seem pretty quiet, reserved. Gauging by their personalities, it looks like Zulbart at some point and Furiette were a part of an underground. They have it's not like they're bandits, but they kind of have a shady or a shadier air about them. But from what you can glean, they seem like decent people. Most of the conversation is led by Traffer and Muthair, who are the like face and heart of their small party. They're a newly they literally just started adventuring together about a month ago when the roads started to become safer. They wanted to try to help make the city safer, mostly. So Muthair and Traffer were friends, and then Traffer kind of met Zolbert, who was friends with Furiette from his previous life, and like the two groups kind of met together through that one pairing, and found that they had compatible skill sets, and thought maybe we could make a difference, and importantly to Zolbert and Furiette, make some money. In the talk of business, they will offer to man the large harpoon. I'm trying to remember what the name of it actually is.
Ballista. It's the
The
ballista.
ballista. Thank you. I
I had
couldn't
that.
think of
I had that specifically purchased. I had that specifically purchased and mounted for Robert.
Yep. Furiette
To
will
use against him.
lean in and be like, I took some time to look at it this morning, and it needs a few people to work it effectively. But Zobar, Traffer, and I should be able to fire it rather quickly in defense of the ship. So we'll be on the forecastle if you need us.
Okay. Well, hey, have at it.
Yeah, Robert could have done it with his 3 attacks. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know more about you. I didn't want it to be strictly a employer-employee relationship. I was hoping with time, we can come together a little bit closer, and before the end of all of this shenanigans, we can get together as friends one day, just hanging out, shooting shit.
Yeah, that would be really nice. You seem like good people. Got good heads on your shoulders and good blades at your hands, so that would be nice. I guess as long as we all survive long enough to see that day, right? He kind of gives a big, half-forced, but not entirely forced grin. Like, he believes it, but he's also still trying to just be funny.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, and just daily the daily training of mind and body will make sure you stay alive, regardless of the situation.
Good advice. That is good advice. All right. Well, okay.
I think it's about time for the shift change. So I'll
Yeah,
head.
Nesdin's probably getting pretty exhausted by this point, and he's gonna have that like just ate food coma.
Oh,
You
Let me
gonna
get
pass
you a little
out.
token. Hold on. This one.
while I'm thinking about it, whenever the next opportunity comes, I want to do like a quick training cycle to where the they don't have a name yet, but we should cycle through each of them to give them like a brief training session on how to operate it, so fucking Nesdin's not like driving it the whole time on the way back.
Or you.
Okay, that's fair.
Or
Well,
on the way back.
without
too.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the way back.
Only he knows how to fly the ship.
This into the pets
Yeah.
folder.
We don't get the luxury of going back home. We get to go to the Underdark.
Where we're gonna see the chubby dragon. That's my
I
one
just
wish.
got there in Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh,
The
alright,
Underdark is so
why
cool.
is it still so big? Anyway. Alrighty. Did anybody have anything else they wanted to do here within the galley this morning? Or shall we have Ken roll for the day's travels? Or would one of you like to roll for the day's travel? The first leg of the day's travel.
I wanna roll.
Hell yeah, roll it.
We believe in you, Aurora.
Is it just a D20?
Give us something
right?
really good or really bad.
Yep, just a d20, flat d20.
16.
Alright, 16. Alright, as you head up, you do see Nesdin does have, he's not like falling asleep, but he's got that like holding his eyes open, taking a deep breath, and kind of like trying to stifle the yawns look, and his bowl is empty, and he looks over through the window at you, Ken, and gives you a nod. Thank you, sir. It's been a long time since I pulled an all-nighter like that. This is a remarkable vessel, though. It handles like a dream, so...
Yeah, extra care in adjusting the controls and making sure everything's up to snuff. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed the ride. Yeah, go ahead and head on down. Go get you some sleep.
Thank you. Safe travels. Shout if you need me. And he'll head back down to his deck to go sleep through the day so that if he needs to fly through the night again, he can. Let's see. Where is my roll table? Master? Nope.
I'm gonna be right back because I gotta use the bathroom.
Alrighty.
He's going to get back to his spot on deck, keeping his eyes peeled because he doesn't want random devils to pop up randomly on us.
Alright. Oni, roll me a perception check. This... Okay. 22 with a 7 on the
Right.
die.
He's just a little guy.
Just a little guy. Okay. Alright. So as you are moving or flying through the air, it's a beautiful day. There isn't really any wind to speak of, but the skies are clear. There are clouds to the east of you, kind of moving along the northern horizon that you're flying towards, but the area around you is clear, and you can see all the way to the ground far beneath you as the hills and rivers of the Sword Coast just unfold beneath you. In the distance, Oni, you can just barely watch as the penumbra speck disappears from around the curve of the horizon of the world. As you fly away from it, no devils following you that you can see. And by, let's see, so it'd be about 5 o'clock in the evening at the end of the 8-hour leg. The ship has now done 2 legs back to back. It's just before dusk. Ken, you're kind of right now over a hilly, like region where the mountain range is rolling down into these like bubbling, overlapping hillscapes where it just lowers in altitude and altitude. In the distance to the northeast of you, you can see the mountain ranges rising up and rising up. You can see to the east as the mountain ranges are getting so tall that they're actually on the level with you. Like the height you're at, 25,000 feet in the air, these mountains reach miles up. As this is the spine of the world, which separates the Dale lands from the Sword Coast. The mountain range here is lower. You're actually right here. I just moved you to get an idea as to where you were. And you know that you'll have to kind of swing around and through a mountain pass here to get to Parnas, which is up on it's on an eastern facing slope of one of the larger mountains at the like northern edge of this little peninsula of mountain range. But it's up to you. What are you guys doing now? Are you going to continue on for another leg, land the ship now, and let it cool? What do you want to do?
How many hours has it been right now? You said 2 legs.
Yeah,
How many hours is that?
16. You've been in the air for 16 hours straight.
I'll push it for another 4 and then push it for another 4 hours and then find somewhere to land.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Nicholas, roll me a d20, please.
That's concerning.
Nah.
I didn't do it, I swear.
7.
It's all your fault.
Seven's a lucky number.
When
Sure.
it's
Nicholas
paired
is
with 2
Nicholas
other
is very
7s.
lucky.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
We believe in you, Nicholas.
You continue on for a few hours, Ken, getting out of the like more. I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Craggy mountainous areas. You start to see more open spaces that could serve to park the ship in, but after about 2 hours of travel, the sun goes down and you can no longer see the ground beneath you. It's just too dark. There is moonlight, but it's only, let's see, where are we in the calendar? It's the 20.
I don't think I ever asked, is the ship affixed with any kind of light, like
Headlights.
Headlights.
spotlight? Yeah, not exactly headlights, because again, it's a ship, but like spotlights of some kind.
It
'Cause
has light.
I feel like that might have been something we could have thrown on there if we'd have thought about it in hindsight.
It does have lighting on it. Let's see.
I'll just throw a fireball down there.
It is actually a like waxing crescent moon. So there's the tiniest sliver of moonlight in the air or in the sky tonight, providing very little illumination of the ground. The ship itself is illuminated. It has arcane like lanterns that keep the deck and the interior spaces, like the rooms and the galleon, stuff like that, illuminated. But it doesn't really have any way of illuminating the air around it. The best it has is the APMs, which give off like this gentle bluish green glow when you're in the clouds, is when it's most noticeable. It just sort of illuminates the cloud around you, but no headlights, no lights of any.
I can cast light on the bow.
The cantrip.
Yeah.
That'll help us if we get within, what, 30 feet of the ground, 60
Yeah.
feet of the ground? And if we're traveling
That's fine.
a couple thousand feet per minute, we'll have plenty of time to course correct before we land.
Yeah.
Right?
You've landed the ship at night. It's
Absolutely.
possible when you get within maybe 1,000 feet of the ground, you can start to make out the more detailed parts of it, but it's harder to see good landing areas from way up.
It could be like SpongeBob and Patrick when they're driving the Flying Dutchman.
So here's what you do: cast light on feathers and have him fly ahead of us and down, so that we can use him as like
A
a
beacon.
portable
Landing
lighthouse.
strip. Also, like, do we need to land like on the mountains at this point? Is that going to make it even harder for us to land?
I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah, the path you're taking, so the mountains kind of fall into a valley here, where the two rivers
so not
meet
quite.
into one, and so this is like a bowl that's about 120 miles across. It has room in it for you to land the airship, and it's relatively flat. It's just finding a place, like an actual space. It's more of like an investigation check or a perception check to see where you're going, rather than, you know, getting the airship down. You gotta. It's yeah.
We'll just veer off real quick and go see how the Starlight's Respite is doing.
It is right there.
Right?
It's just over the mountains.
Hey, maybe we'll get lucky and the bird's hanging out over there.
I think, didn't he have to go back to the Nether Mountains? I can't remember.
Oh,
I don't remember where we
that's
left
right.
them all.
The only one who's not on the Nether Mountains right now is Tasmakella.
Hmm.
Oh no.
Damn, Tasmakella.
All right, so what you guys doing? As you reach the end of the 4 hours, you're about halfway through the shift. It
I
is
say,
dark.
I'm gonna request Aerith to use feathers to scout for a landing spot, and then I'll just slowly follow feathers down.
Okay.
I will cast light on feathers, just for
Okay.
good measure.
Cast light on feathers.
He
Feathers
gets eaten by a hawk.
glows beautifully. He spreads his wings out and hoots loudly, loving the fact that he is a radiant owl. Flies ahead of you, keeps 120 feet or so ahead as you guys descend slowly towards the ground. As you get within about 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, you can start to see the ground and the various features show themselves. Let's see.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
No, wait, no, not good.
To the left. Oh no, the other left.
I'm trying to think of
Your other
a check that I
left.
can call here. Yeah, I guess it'll be a... Give me an investigation check, Ken.
All right. I'm good at those.
As you
Is
look
that a challenge?
out over the bow,
Apparently.
follow Feathers as he lowers down towards the ground. Let's see. Do, 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 do.
Won't be my fault this time.
All right. Let's see. Just getting my sequence of events kind of worked out in my head.
Trying to figure out how the accident report is going to read.
Ship sheared off bottom half on rocks.
No. Okay. Well, so with Feather's light, it was a DC 10. So Ken's investigation was
Hell yeah.
adequate enough to find somewhere where you could land the ship. You follow Feathers down as he descends and descends towards the ground, and heads towards this riverbank, finding a flattened area that at some point might have been a part at which this river was just much wider, and it flattened the area out. So you're able to set the airship down without issue, right there beside the riverbed. Just let's see, can Oni roll me 2d6?
Yes.
Just as a precautionary thing, I'm gonna call the other team up. You know, just just in case. Just have them. Just go ahead and have them up here, just in case.
Okay.
Just want to
Also-
talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
Also, Mia has been bothering the four of them all day, like having them explain to her what every like tiny little minute thing is on the ship. It's like
The
following them
crew?
around. Yeah, because everybody else kind of scattered around.
They don't
So she went to go bother them.
really know.
No, I mean like the things in the kitchen and like in the pantry and
What's
like
that?
Oh, okay.
What's that?
All
What's
right.
that? What's
Right.
that?
all the mundane shit.
That's
like
a spatula. That's another
What does that do?
spatula.
What's it do?
That one's another
Why-
spatula.
Why are there so many types of spatulas? They all do the same thing?
I mean, no, like this one's got little slits in it so that the grease falls through it. This one doesn't, so the grease doesn't fall through it.
But why?
She kind of looks at you. What do you mean? Why?
Why?
It's just how
I mean,
shit
why
ma-
would you?
How shit's made.
Yeah, I need a second to get something ready.
Why are there so many spatulas? Who needs this many spatulas? Did we buy all of these spatulas?
No, it came with the ship, I'm sure. Fancy kitchen supplies where you need like 80 different types of everything that's all exactly the same. Because Kegram would be a fancy bitch like that.
Yeah, probably. That makes sense. You left his fancy stuff and then bought like actual practical stuff, so now you have way too much.
Right?
It's like, who the fuck bought this spoon?
Why are there 4 different types in 5 different sizes?
For the small people and then for the big people.
But also, since they don't know that she doesn't know anything, they probably just think she's insane, like most people.
Yeah, it's like you really only get answers out of what's there. She's the only one that really like what is it?
Humors her.
Yeah, humors you. Sorry, I'm trying to think of like separate words while I'm
Right.
talking
Yeah,
and
yeah.
trying to find an adequate map that will work.
It's okay, you don't
Mia
need to do
comes-
that, it's fine.
Mia
don't
comes
need a map,
across
we're not
as like
dating.
insane or the most elaborate troll ever to everyone. And people probably have a hard time telling if she's being serious or she's just fucking with them.
Yeah,
Yo.
that's fair. I'm just gonna draw one on a parchment. Give me a second.
What do you mean fucking with?
What does that mean?
What is fucking?
No, we already had that character in
Right?
Do know that we
Yeah.
have another one because I'm pretty sure Mia has no idea what it is.
Yeah, but she doesn't need to know.
Unless she actually
at least
sees
not
it in
relevant
action.
yet.
Do not
Right.
Mia.
Hold on, you guys are really disparaging Chad right now. He is trying his best. Okay.
That's so hard. That boy's so in love.
I know.
I mean, he's got that like puppy dog love. It's sad.
He's got that puppy dog in him.
You do know
She
that
thinks
Chad
she's a
becomes
pretty
the true
neat
Chad
guy.
when Mia reveals that she is actually Mistra.
Oh god. Let's see.
Would that be? Would he enjoy that, or would it scare him away?
Airship
I
again.
think
Man,
it's too
that's gonna be
Chad
when
to
we
do
get.
anything.
We're gonna get hit with the curveball when that reveal happens, because Chad's gonna be like, "Damn, I love you, but I'm actually one Tiamat sleeper 8," and then he
Oh
stabs me
my
in the chest.
god.
No.
Oh, that would be so good. Oh.
Don't give him ideas. What are you doing?
Cade's pulling out his notebook, writing shit down now.
It's like, yes, this is perfect.
Right. Wait, where's that list of gods?
Chad's actually the one with, like, the fucking crawfish head and claws, but naked woman body.
Kuatoa god.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's just the long con.
Ugh.
I actually worked for Hor,
Oh god.
the god of revenge and retribution.
Oh no. I need to. I didn't expect this to unfold.
Oh good.
I should have.
I don't like that.
Didn't expect this to unfold.
No.
Come on, Cade.
I have nothing I could say to that. You're right. You're right. I think.
No, Chad is
RNG doesn't
Sharon.
ever want to work with people.
Chad's a Sharon, and he's been playing the longest con.
Oh god.
He's actually just 3 Modron in a trench coat.
Right. So
No, he's a
I'm gonna
polymorph duck.
before I even put the tokens, so I've got your ship here. Obviously, you'll have. It's just the basic map of it because I couldn't copy everything. This stream is just flowing over here. This is all grass. It's just a nice, wide riverbed. Some happy little trees.
Oh,
Kind of further away from the river, but not like close. And yeah, so as you set the ship down, get tokens out, you land here within the wilds, calling up the crew beneath to man the top deck for you for reasons. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm double checking games and things, making sure nothing needs to get touched up or anything like that, and just keep my eye open on things.
Roll me an investigation.
Yeah, Oni's definitely playing lookout still.
Okay.
Wait, what's up?
Investigation for checking out the ship for any damage or anything like that. And then perception from Oni as you are on watch. Is anybody else doing anything?
I was gonna use Arcane Eye and then get a look of just send it ahead along the path we were planning on taking.
Okay. How far can it go?
Infinitely.
Oh.
It just goes really slow.
It
So
just moves really
30.
slow.
It can move 30 feet.
Okay, you create an invisible in every direction.
I'll dispel light on Feathers and then have him look around.
Okay. All right. Roll me a perception check for Feathers.
Mia's just been
33.
kind of sitting on the deck, hanging out.
Come on, Feathers!
Okay. All right. Let's see. He is
Here,
on
I'll link it.
He's on lookout. put you over here as... would you be in the crow's nest on top of the captain's quarters, Oni? Or would you be more in like a...
Yeah, he'd probably clamber up, like probably on top of the corner, kind of perched, looking around with the echo down near it, just so that it stays within like 30 feet of him. But
Yeah, right. So Bear and Lothair. Now that you guys are on the ground, these three are going to man the ballistae. Which I'm just going to go and say, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, ballistae. Okay. Mia is just hanging out. Ken, as you investigate the ship, there don't seem to be any signs of damage or... What would you say, Nick?
Just making sure nothing gets like touched up. Or
Yeah.
wait, were you talking to me?
Well, I thought I heard Nicholas say something while I was replying to
Oh,
you.
I thought that was G.
Oh. I didn't say anything.
Okay. There, you don't find any signs of damage. You've been running the ship well within its
Capabilities.
expected operation range, so the APMs seem good. Everything seems to be running at peak efficiency. You send Feathers out to scout out from the air. Where you're at right now is kind of at like the base of that mountain range. The river to your left does his Fibonacci sequence spiral to do the perimeter check of the ship. Doesn't seem like there's even a single soul. There's not a single campfire or light that he can see anywhere along this river. Just mountains and a seemingly abandoned valley between the two ranges.
Is he still lit up like a little beacon?
No, I
He said
dispelled
he
it.
dispelled his.
Okay.
He dispelled the light.
That's good.
And then had him do it.
I'm sure that would be fine.
You send your arcane eye out, and it slowly just starts floating north, kind of following the river. Does it... Magical eye that hovers. You mentally receive visual information, which has normal vision and dark vision. So do you... I guess that means you see through both sets of eyes?
Yeah, Arcane Eye is really good for getting
Yeah.
information.
All right. I mean,
Worst case, I was gonna have Todd on my shoulder and peck me if anything comes up.
Okay, roll me a perception check with advantage because you can see in every direction. Okay. Right, I need to... Okay. What's their best? Okay. All right. Sorry, buddy. Just like the Aranuses last time, I didn't expect this. Okay. So as you send the arcane eye shambling out ahead of you, you begin to look around, and the ground here is thick. Like the grass is heavily rooted and grows really tall, being fed by the river here. The two streams flowing in from these mountain ranges filled with minerals and just very nutritious water. It's all very thick. As the ship landed, the landing gear crunched down probably about 2 feet of just grass and like a thick brush and things that just got smashed beneath the landing. What you start to notice along the way, Nicholas, is the same thing that Oni seems to notice as he's out watching from the crow's nest, and that's that certain patches of this ground seems to move and undulate.
Ew.
It just sort of like the grassy, mossy kind of brush and thick tangled growth just will inexplicably just move. There's no sound, but the sound is the easiest way for me to describe the physical motion of it. Can you roll me a nature check,
I don't like that.
Nicholas
I
and Oni,
can't.
because you're both able to see it.
Glad it's in, and he can do good on that because I don't have that.
Okay. You have heard of what this might be, and as a wizard, you're probably familiar with them. The ground here seems to be filled with shambling mounds of some sort of plant matter that has gained sentience.
Oh, good. That seems
Lovely.
fine.
And you would know that with the 19 on your 19 on your nature check, that shambling mounds in particular can be dangerous, and that they tend to react poorly. At least, no, it's not. I don't want to say it like that because that could give the wrong idea. With a 19
Poorly.
nature, you know that most plants are poorly affected by things like fire, extreme cold. These creatures have evolved beyond that vulnerability. They are not, and in some cases even resistant to fire and cold damage.
Lightning.
Sure,
Lovely.
that's fine.
I'd probably let everyone know that there seems to be a sighting of some shambling mounds. Just be careful. Don't go too far from the ship.
What's a shambling mound?
It's like a large creature that vines, plant-like. Doesn't take too kindly to visitors.
Oni, you can see one of them, the mound of ground just moving like a pustule of slime across the ground. This rising of vines and plant matter creeping towards the ship.
He'll
So
definitely
we're-
let the gang know there is one quickly approaching, and if you said they are not good, we might need to do something about that.
It's right about
Wait,
here.
are we in their house? Like, do they want us to leave?
Yeah, I would say yes. They probably don't like visitors.
Right. Can we leave? Or are we stuck?
That's a great question.
Around the 8 p.m. 4 more hours. For that, we absolutely have to land.
How big is their home? Is
Wherever
it all of the ground?
probably most of the grass area.
So, can we go in the water? Is this like a airboat? Can we go in the water?
It's capable of landing in the water, yes, but I don't think the river is deep enough for the ship. At least I don't know. After a quick observation, I could maybe make that decision.
How close is the thing while we're talking? Because if it's moving, is it like rapidly approaching, or is it just like curious animal coming to check out what's here?
Roll me a perception check.
Do you want me to tell it to go away?
31. Okay, that definitely beats its 20 of stealth. It rolled really well on its stealth, but
Dang.
you look back down at it, and it's been moving at a pretty consistent rate towards you. You then look to your left towards the bow of the ship, and you could see another mound. Further away, it's a little harder to, well, I guess with dark vision, you see the kind of grays against grays moving on the ground. But it's not just one.
All right. Well, not to worry you, but you may need to make a decision sooner rather than later.
Alright. Nesden, prepare to take off. I'd rather not have to deal with any fights today, especially none that can potentially damage the ship again.
Very good, sir. You hear the APMs start to whir up.
Oh, we plant monsters. I'm sorry we were in your house.
He is going to uh he kind of like shouts out the open side window again. All right, everyone, hold on tight. We're going to be taking off quickly to get out of here as fast as we can. And as he says that, you hear two heavy as this one slams into the side of the ship, dealing 23 points of bludgeoning damage
Oh no.
into the side of the hull. The ship lurches into the air as it takes the damage, and the shambling mound is stretched as it tries to take off, and it kind of like rubber bands down a little bit, bonks
Vortex
against the
Shoot
ground.
away
You vortex warp it away.
via teleportation.
Rolled a 10 on its save. So as it's tried to hold you to the ground, you cast your vortex warp and it disappears away. The ship is released and takes to the sky with a jolt. Nobody would fall off the ship, but
Roll it first. Okay, it's fine.
okay. All of your companions take a staggering step backwards alongside you guys as the ship jerks into the air, and you take off again as you see more of those God, what are they called? The pseudopod-like arms stretch out and smack towards the hull of the ship. You are returned to the sky.
If we want to land higher up in the cliffs, I can use move Earth and make a landing platform away from those things.
Neat. Okay, let's find a suitable place and do that then.
Right. Ken, as you inevitably have to head under deck to investigate the damage, the entire wall of Nesden's quarters was ripped out. The damage. So there's like a 4-foot diameter hole in the wall.
Mother fuck. Damn it, I'm fixing that.
There is replacement wood, so as Nesden flies you for the remaining few hours, you can repair the ship. Let's see.
Stop blowing holes in my step.
All right. Let's see. Get you guys back to where you guys were. So as you fly away, Traffer will. Well, that was interesting. I suppose we should look for somewhere else to land. No. Well, just let me know when you see something. I can't see anything from up here. What are you guys doing?
So as long as we're higher up, I can move Earth. Yeah, I'll just link it.
What is the eye see? There's the eye seeing a lot of shambling mounds just running around down there. Because that lasts for an hour.
It does. Roll me another perception check.
Let's see what they're getting up to down there. National Geographic style, from the safety of the air.
It's a little harder to make out. The fortunate thing is that they're not stealthing anymore as you're looking. So you do see the entire riverside seems to be just filled with like the heavy nutrients that flow down from these mountains, or something in this area is facilitating the growth of these shambling mounds. They are everywhere. Every 20 or 30 feet, you spot another moving bit. It hits like a wave. As you're moving, you're only moving like 30 feet at a time, so it's kind of like a slow, plodding, just walk. Um, it it's like a wave of anger as they roil up with the pseudopod-like arms into the air, releasing a squelching kind of scream that is really just like moisture being pushed through the plant matter. They didn't like that you got away,
Too bad.
but it does seem like the at least within the sight range of the arcane eye, staying along the riverbed, uh, it's all just. You could turn off course because your course kind of has you following the river right now because it was thought that a valley like that would make for easier landing. But um, you could turn your course east towards the mountains to maybe find more rocky areas to flatten out. It's up to you guys. Nesden is at your command.
Yeah, let's find a spot higher up because I'm not trying to deal with those things, especially after they fucking blew a hole in my ship, assholes.
Now, are shambling masses like naturally occurring, or did something have to force it?
It's a plant. It's not like an aberration or anything. They're just plants. Let's see. They result from a phenomenon in which lightning or fey magic invigorates or otherwise an otherwise ordinary swamp plant. As the plant is reborn into its second life, it chokes the life from plants and animals around it, pushing their corpses into a heap around its roots.
Lightning or fey magic?
Yep, because they're spawned by lightning. If you hit them with lightning, they absorb all of it and heal by however much you hit them for.
Good thing I didn't use lightning.
Gosh, that's why I didn't include that with the
Yeah.
nature check. I just wanted you to do it.
Right?
When
That was
Aerith
definitely-
immediately, when he was like lightning, it was like, oh, Kate is super excited on that one, huh?
Aerith knew. Aurora knew.
It's like definitely one of my only things that I've got besides fire and cold.
I don't do these things on purpose. I was just. Anyway, what's the plan? As you leave the shambling mounds behind to fly into the air towards whatever else I have in store for you.
Yeah, find a decent location in the mountains and have Nicholas use fucking
Move
Move
Earth.
Earth to create a launching pad.
P2 aside should be.
And I can move it as I go. I can do one section at a time until it's all flattened.
Okay, you'll have to do 2 sections
And I
to
will
make
help with
just enough
both.
space. Okay.
So I can move 5 feet at a time.
Oh, well, you're also. It's also you're not going to be close enough because the ship won't be close enough. Are you guys lighting again? Because it's still very dark out.
Yeah.
As you send your headlight feathers out to help scout out ahead of you, can you roll me an investigation check? Find a suitable chunk of earth that could be moved. Okay. You turn eastward towards the mountains and away from the stream. Me once again realizing I never actually put you guys on the world map, so you didn't even know what I was clicking on earlier. Flying over the lower mountains, you find a relatively level plateau. It takes 2 castings of Move Earth in order to fully flatten it out.
It should only take one to move Earth because it says in the thing once you get one area, you
Oh,
can move on to a
concentration.
next.
Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, because it's a duration spell. Gotcha. Okay, so you cast it once, takes a couple, is it like... I guess it only takes like 12 seconds. God, it's 6 seconds to move an entire 40 by 40 area. Takes a few minutes of Nicholas standing on deck casting his magic, but you see the ground tremble and then flatten itself out before you. Nicholas, roll me an Arcana check.
I am good at those.
Okay. You've used this spell in the past. You know how the earth normally responds, and while it does respond to you, there's a bit of resistance. It's almost like telling a child what to do. It takes a second before the earth goes, fine, okay, jeez.
I was already gonna do that.
You don't know what to make of it, but you've never run into it before, so it's,
That is concerning.
God, why are
you
so
make out
boozy?
your small cliffside plateau and once again land the ship there. The ship this time landing as the APMs are reaching their peak, definitely needing that 8-hour cooldown period. It is also now about 1 in the morning as you guys are once again settling down. So, what's the
All
plan?
right. Uh, taking shifts. Uh, well, in the military we call it fire watch. You know, I need to take shifts of that because after the fucking sentient plants, Ken's on alert, so he doesn't want any more trouble.
Okay. Who is doing what watches then? Nesdin's good to be up for a while because he slept through most of the day. The hired crew can be put on watch, but they will need to sleep at some point tonight. Or pull an all-nighter and take an exhaustion, which is, they're fine with that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to push them too much. Who's volunteering for the first two shifts?
If you give me 4 hours, I'll go ahead and trance, and then I can stay up basically the rest of the night.
Okay.
I mean, same for
Oh.
me.
All right.
I
So
can
I guess.
stay up whenever you want me to.
All right. So I guess me and another person can take the first shift, and then pretty much like two, two, two. Two per shift basically. I'm over explaining it, but like two per shift at minimum.
Okay. Right. Did you want to have any of the hired party on the first watch?
Uh, it can be me and I keep forgetting their names. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good.
Uh, have
Traver?
me and Trevor can do first shift, and then Mia and another of the other party can do the next shift, and so on and so forth.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Then as the night of the 23rd wraps to a close in the early hours of the 24th day of the 4th month, begin, you all retire to your rooms or meditative spots, haunts, to try to get as much rest as you can, leaving a few of you on watch to make sure that nothing seems to, or nothing comes to get you in the night here, high above the ground beneath you in the mountains to Parnast. So, Trevor and Ken. Ken, go ahead, roll me a perception check with advantage. Perception team.
You know what? For that extra bit of the safety net, I'm gonna go ahead and armor up minus my helmet.
All right. All right. So as you sit on the deck, the cool mountain air, thin and wispy. You armor yourself up, and Trevor kind of pulls his armor around him and a cloak around him to keep himself warm on the deck, and you guys keep watch. You don't see anything up here. It's quiet, and the most you hear at one point is the clattering of rocks about 100 feet away from you, and you snap to attention, looking towards it, like ready for a fight, only to see this tiny little mountain squirrel clamber down off the rocks and then up a tree and away. Nothing bothers you during your watch.
I kick the squirrel. No, I'm kidding.
And at about 3:30, 4 in the morning, it is time for the second watch of the night. So who's up next?
Sure,
Well,
I'll
now that
do
we
it.
got through that,
Hmm?
yeah, I was gonna say now that we got through the first set, can you split up trancing, or do you have to do 4 hours straight?
It's like you can't split it up with rigorous activity because it's like sleeping. Like you could be broken out of a trance and battle and then go back into the trance, and that's fine. But if you woke up from a trance and like trained or went for a hike, or moved along, or went through multiple battles and then had trance again, it would be the full trance need.
Okay, then I'll wait.
You would still have 2 hours left on your trance as well, Aerith, because we're doing 2-hour shifts.
Mhm.
So did Mia want to take the second one?
If
I
asked
mean, I
to,
can
sure.
take the second one.
Okay, Nicholas can take it. It's up to you guys.
She's kind of just doing whatever everybody tells her to do, so she's not really like.
Then I will ask Ken, who do you wake up at the end of your shift to take the fire watch?
I'll ask Mia if she's okay with taking the next shift.
Trevor will go get Mather.
Head up here to my room.
Convenient as well because Mia's sleeping in your bedroom.
Oh dear.
Where she woke up in the morning.
Where she woke
So
up.
she
All right, I'll gently nudge her awake. Hey, Mia, do you mind hanging out with friends on the deck to keep an eye on things for a couple hours?
Yes.
Getting the fuck out of my
We'll
bed.
watch. Okay.
Get out of my bed.
Just like tiredly staggers out and goes to hang out.
Alrighty. Then for the second watch in the middle hours of the night, Mia, go ahead and roll me a perception check with advantage. Or you could have Mather do it, because she is a cleric, so she's wisdom. She would have +5 to
Yeah.
her perception. It's up to you.
Better than 0.
Okay.
And she was the one who actually was answering Mia's questions, like when she was
That's why he
asking
got Mather
people
for
stuff,
you.
right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
she's kind of like mom, so she knows how to.
Right.
Hot
So
up.
she can do it because Mia will also still be asking her things, I guess.
Why don't you roll me the d20s then? Roll me 2 d20.
Yeah.
Okay, 21. Very good. It's
Not
very
too bad.
I need to. Where did that? Oh no, guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to all my maps. Like they're all
Yes.
just like I can't get them firing. Okay. Okay. just gonna use the because I'd found things. I'm just gonna use parchment. So, here's what's going. As you go into your watch, you and Mather, who've built up a bit of a rapport over the past couple days, as she's the most approachable, at least for you. As you're talking, she kind of like she's nodding along and listening to your questions and
Why
answering
are there
you.
so many different types of knives?
Well, you see,
It
there's
seems
different
unnecessary.
uses for them. Some of them are used for cutting like big chunks of meat. Others are used for tiny. And she starts like describing these things and goes, "Do you see that out there?" And she points past you, and you turn your head around, and you see three kind of dark spots in the distance against the clouds in the sky.
Uh,
Those,
is it like a shadow?
I can't tell. Do they look like they're getting bigger? Can you roll me a perception check?
I don't think so. Nope. Yes, they are.
They do look like they're getting bigger. With a 24 on a perception, this is good. They look really far away, but definitely getting larger. She kind of like turns to you and I
What do you
think,
think that is?
I think it might be time to wake up your friends and wake up mine as well.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure. I'm sure they want to see the weird spots too.
Sure. Let's and she scrambles over towards the underdeck and crawls underneath there, and you can start to hear her shouting, "Boys, boys, and Furiette, we've got trouble! I think something in the air."
And Furiette.
Just politely knock on Aerith's door. Aerith, do you want to see the weird spots in the distance?
Weird what?
Spots.
Why are you making spots?
Well, I mean, I didn't make them. Something is making them outside of us.
I begrudgingly get out and through sleepy eyes, just trying to peek through.
I mean, they might be clouds or something else.
I'm so sorry. It's like I had it already.
It's the flying mountains. They've evolved. They're coming for us.
I planned for this to happen in the air. Now it's happening on the ground. Make some adjustments to this map. So, Aerith, make me a perception check as you head out and sleepily walk or rub the crusties from your eyes and look to the sky in the direction Mia's pointing.
Nope. Too
They
tired.
kind of look like little clouds.
You blink, you don't really see anything.
Uh,
Mia, you
See,
look
like
back
that
up.
one kind of looks like a dog.
You rub your eyes again. You still got nothing. Let's see. To size some things out because this was odd. Why is this? I'm sorry. Like I feel so bad because I'm just like scrambling through assets trying to make a map
Take a
here in
minute
this
to make
moment.
it if you want to take a break.
Yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind giving me 5 just to slap
No
this
problem.
together.
unforgettable.
Yeah.
No.
Mia turns around and she's like, Oni has good eyes. Maybe I'll let him know instead.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've upgraded from dire ducks to dire geese.
But those are even angrier somehow. And I didn't think that was possible. But geese are so mean.
and the shit everywhere.
Right?
Yeah.
Literally everywhere.
It's Gustarian. Watch out.
You called it with the gift that you posted this afternoon.
Guys, you gotta stop doing that because I feel so unoriginal when you do that. And I'm like, oh. But then I'm like, but I'm committed now, so here we go. I guess it's Gustarian.
Gustarian.
He likes me in Hawks and Mines campaign.
I mean,
Oh,
that
you
kind of makes sense. I
terrible.
guess you play kind of a snarky character. He likes the snarky.
I had to go through the the cleric with the pain.
Also,
that made me
headbutting him
cringe.
when you first meet him is hilarious.
That was the
I
first thing I rolled a
never did
natural
that.
20 on. He jumped me and I punched him in the face and hit him with a nat 20.
Hell yeah, dude.
Bitch. Fuck off. Who are you? We've never even met. So rude.
No, I talked him down. Or
Mhm.
the
I didn't
tadpole
see him
did all the
coming.
work.
He hit me with a fucking sneak attack and so I punched him in the face.
Also, I didn't know you could do this. I was just messing around and I did it on accident. But if you pick up like a corpse, like a skeleton, and you toss it, if it's
You can
like an
throw it at
alive skeleton, it initiates combat. Like it will wake up all the skeletons before, like if it was a trap or something. And I did that on accident. Because I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
you
cool, you
do
can
that
toss bodies.
in the temple.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah,
I'm like, wait, you can throw bodies? Cool. Toss the body at another
Yeah.
body. Took damage.
Right?
Started initiate
You can also
initiative.
just like chuck it at people as an improvised weapon and do damage. It's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
I so want to play a playthrough where I could get the achievement to hit a bitch with a bitch. Because that just
Right?
sounds so fun.
I was trying to get that
Watch the
achievement,
achievement be
but
called
it
that.
apparently but it apparently does not work if you throw a dead body at somebody. It has to be a live body, I guess. It's a
They have to be alive. It has to be an
yeah.
actual bitch.
It
I
was
think there's a trophy for tossing
important.
someone to their death.
Yeah, there's
I
definitely
found
one
that.
for killing people with fall damage.
Deck, Dustin's in. Dustin was under deck as well. Tony is updating. Okay. Sorry about that. I got it drawn out. So here you are here, parked along this very, very precarious cliff face. You were able to flatten the area out here to make this plateau large enough to land the ship on, but it was very much like a VTOL kind of landing where you just settled on it. The mountain range still
Don't
rising.
forget my echo.
Yeah,
Don't forget my echo.
rising rapidly to your right. The shapes you had seen in the sky out towards like the south and up towards the east, kind of up and around, they'd circled around like the mountaintops. And Aerith, as you come out and look, you don't see anything. Mia suggests going and waking up Oni, and having him
Yeah.
take a look.
She's like, yeah, Oni has good eyes. It's okay. You can go back to bed. Hold on. I'll go ask him if he sees the cool shapes.
You can go back to bed.
You go back to bed, Aerith?
No.
No. All right.
Grudgingly.
You wake up Oni.
Knock politely on his door first.
Well,
She doesn't
Oni's actually
understand.
he sleeps kind of on the deck out front of the captain's quarters. That's where he's sleeping right now. He's on that little like perch. Well, trancing.
She
I
will
assumed
knock
Oni was always
politely
on the
on
top deck.
the floor then.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a gentle rapping on the floorboards to your left, Oni.
Oni,
What kind of
do you
creaking
want to
eye
see
open?
cool shapes in the sky?
Shapes in the sky.
Yeah, I don't know. They look like clouds, and our friend seemed to think that they were something to look at. And I asked Aerith, and he said he didn't see anything, but I know that your eyes are better, so I'm gonna ask you. One of them kind of looks like a dog.
He'll kind of laugh a little bit, like Sure, I'll take a look.
Okay.
Just point me in whichever direction you saw him.
That way.
Roll me a perception check. All right, Mia, can you roll me a perception check as well? Okay. So as you look out into the cloudy sky, Mia, you look in the direction that you were originally looking, kind of like that south, just a little bit east, past like the ridge of the mountains, and like when you were seeing them, these dots were tiny, and they looked like they were really far away. And now when you look at it, you don't see anything. But what you hear draws your attention away, and your heads, both of you, snap to the left and look up the mountain and kind of around the top of the ridge, where three large bird forms emerge from behind the mountains and screech loudly. And as they do, their
Never mind.
wings
That way.
alight, their heads erupt in fire, they illuminate the entire space around them, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
Ooh, that's cool.
That's fun. Even though sleeping.
You will get a con save to see if you wake up from the call or if somebody else wakes you up. So yeah, you'll still roll into initiative.
Yeah, I was about to ask because Ken is kind of.
Passed out.
You guys are, but you're sleeping in like enemy territory. You sleep lightly, and they. I'm gonna go ahead
On
and drop.
alert.
So you guys, Aerith, roll me a nature check before I drop this token, and Oni, roll me a Arcana check.
Nature.
So I'm gonna.
Oh
assume
boy,
Ken has
Arcana.
Aerith, at first, like you're rubbing the sleepies from your eyes. You lean back against your door, like watching as Mia clambers up to go wake up Oni, just wondering what is she talking about. And then you hear it, and you look to your left as well and see the three of them as they emerge. You've seen, or at least I think you've seen them in this campaign. You've definitely heard of rocks before, but you've
Oh.
never seen a rock ignite in fire. As the heat
Is it a rock
of
or is it a phoenix?
Oh, are they red rocks? Huh? Get it?
I called him a blaze rock, but I like red rock.
Red
Um,
rock.
They look like rocks. They don't.
One Piece, bro. Come on, guys.
They don't appear to have phoenix-like features. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. There's two of you in here. Oh no.
So I'm gonna assume Ken has heard people talking, at least, and is up.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw. I think with your default save, you'll be able to. You wouldn't sleep through
How
this.
fast do you fall asleep?
Me.
How deep are you sleeping?
Oh.
I feel
dear.
Fairly
Out.
You awake,
Oh,
but
boy,
unfortunately, this round is a surprise round for you. You are surprised this first round, Ken.
Yeah, that boy is tired.
He definitely was a bit tired today. What were the initiatives? 10, 12, 13, 14? Because I unfortunately now have two for everybody.
So I gotta wait to roll initiative next round.
Well, you roll it now, because when
Oh.
battle starts, everybody rolls initiative.
Oh, okay.
I will even be rolling it for NPCs. Turn, because they don't actually have character sheets.
That's what you're saying is they're very, very expendable.
Extremely expendable, man.
Oh no.
I do it all live. I'm like, all right, well, he's a rogue, so he's probably got like a decent dex mod, and she's a ranger, so it's gonna be the same. But man, she didn't roll well.
Nice.
It's just
That's a lot
easier
of
with
tens.
NPCs that are like, short adventure NPCs, not like Emmeline. Like, she has her own, but they're never going to need to level up. I don't think. All right.
Hope not.
Unless they become a adventure we're on, you know.
Maybe. Okay.
They follow in our footsteps. They carry the torch when the wanderers step down.
Emmeline's like, I did that once. You can go now. It's your turn.
Yeah.
Guess what?
I'm done.
You were there. Now it's your problem.
Yeah.
Not roll very well on them. Okay. So Bart will use his there, got down there, knocked on doors. He's gonna be able to get to the hatch on his turn. Oni, it is your turn. You are not surprised.
Still not
A little
thrilled with. Yeah. Wouldn't have expected giant flaming birds first thing in the morning, but you know, that's just kind of where we're at now. I mean, they're super far out, so Oni's just gonna hang tight right here. I mean, he's at the ready, but like, if by some miracle one of them gets close enough to punch, he'll sock it in the mouth or the beak or whatever. But like, otherwise, he's just gonna hold an attack.
Hey, dig this track. I just need to make it a little quieter. All
I have returned.
peak.
Just in time.
You gotta make a death saving throw. Eric got by a fireball.
Already died.
Fuck. Well, that's fine. I have like 3 backup characters. Don't worry. And I'm gonna make a 4th. No, okay.
All right. That is a okay and okay. So as the one, this one, the bottom one, stage right, throws its wings out in this massive 35-foot wingspan, spreading from side to side. It ignites in flames, and then before it soars down at you, it flaps both of its wings like in a solid motion towards you, and 2 fiery pinions fly off of each of its wings. 26 on Oni and a 23 to hit Aerith.
Yep, that'll hit.
Oh. Shield.
All right. Oni, you take 20 points of fire damage.
Okay,
Aerith.
I'm gonna use my reaction because I have 4 key points stocked up in the
No, wait.
Osir and David from last fight, so I'm gonna see how much I reduced that by. I reduced it by 24. So how much did you say that was?
It's 20.
20.
Oh, okay. Then
So all of it.
Aldi just kind of does like an Aikido stance, and as the fire thing catches, he just kind of rotates it around him and negates.
I lied. I tried to shield, and that
still hits your shield.
Yeah.
Didn't reach.
Okay. Do you want to not expend the spell slot, or do you still?
I'll still expend it just as a precaution.
As you look up and your eyes widen, you reach for your Sicarius, this weapon that you carry constantly. You all walk around armed and ready to go, even when sleeping on your ship in the wild. You draw it forth and raise your shield cantrip, or shield spell, I keep saying cantrip, to try to block it, and it punches through. You take 27 points of fire damage.
Oh. Am I even gonna make it to the Underdark?
Nicholas, can you give me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Yeah. It's my -1 modifier.
So, 1.
Oh no!
Unnatural 1.
You're sleeping really good, my guy.
Well, because I don't want to leave you out of the battle. You do awaken, but you are surprised, so you will have to use your turn this turn to wake up, next turn to move to the hatch, and then the round after that you'll be up here.
Unless you can like teleport up.
Yeah, unless
I
you can
could
miss
teleport.
Okay. Well, you're surprised this round, so next round you can do that. Yeah, cool. Aerith, it is your turn.
How far away are they?
They are about 110. Yeah. They're within about 120 feet, 150 feet.
Holy shit! I just scrolled to the right and saw like the like enemy tokens. These birds are big as fuck.
They're
You didn't
rocks.
see
they're
them before?
rocks.
They big.
They big.
We fought one in Curse of Strahd.
Rod.
I knew we fought it in
Dropped us off
Strahd.
the
I thought
mountain.
I'd fought. I thought
We fought
no,
one in
we fought them in
Icewind.
Icewind. That's
We
what it
fought-
was.
Yeah, in
Mhm.
Icewind.
We had to fight Oral's freaking rock asshole.
Yup.
Oh yeah. I guess I'll get closer to the edge and then just fire a Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Because that's the only thing that can reach at
Okay.
the one in the middle. Why not?
Alrighty.
Why am I gonna click it on the spell list? The spell list doesn't work.
Oh,
Where is it? 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 Here you are. 1, 2, 3.
All three hit.
Eldritch Blast. Oh, ignore the Radiant. What is the Radiant? Where is that coming from? Oh,
I
I think
Radiant.
you might have
Blade.
had.
It's my Radiant Blade. Oops.
But hey,
17?
that 8 and that 10 are real nice damage. It's awesome.
Yee.
Yeah. You step forward, casting the Eldritch Blast cantrip. Anything else you want to do?
Blade Song. Sorry,
Okay.
I thought I said that.
I assumed you were going to, but I hadn't heard it. So.
No, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, these two right behind Zalbert, because they went down there early because hit perception check. All right, Ken, you have woken up. Unfortunately, it was a very surprising awakening, and you spend this round kind of rolling out of bed, going, "What the fuck?" But you'll have a turn next turn.
Okay.
Mia.
Alright, I am going to set up Fire Shield on myself.
Okay.
The one that protects against fire.
Okay. Attacker takes fire damage and grants you resistance. Cool.
Hey, I have that.
Um, let's
Yeah.
see. So, yep, things are still good. I guess I'm going to use my movement to move towards Ken's room in the assumption that he has not been awoken yet.
Alrighty.
How far?
I don't think the echo is actually out right now.
It is.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, it's out until I unsummon it or it gets destroyed.
Gotcha.
It's not a concentration thing, so it just
Gotcha. Yeah, I had to always stay so close to Eris's that it was just never worth it for me to try to keep it out. Because if I step more than 30 feet away, it just poof.
I can
Goodbye.
get to here to politely knock on Ken's door.
You cast
no,
your
no.
fire shield spell, surround yourself with a warm aura of flickering energy, and knock, knock, knock. Okay. Go on to the other two rocks' turn. Middle one first. 2, 6 is 3. Move 60 feet closer. Actually, this one will move its. Because it has to kind of go down the mountain too. It's flying straight for you, Aerith. It's there, if I do my math right. 28 and a
bird.
21 to hit you, Aerith?
20 what?
28 and a 21.
Shield.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
What's your AC?
Get out of here, 21.
29.
Yeah, get out of here, both of them. Hell yeah, dude.
As you
Fuck off.
dart forward, taking on your blade songing stance, you release your 3 Eldritch Blasts into this one, and as it reels back from the impact, it locks its eyes onto you. A tasty little morsel, and darts down as fast as it can, and as it does, it twists its wings twice. These 2 flaming pinions fly at you. With a flick of your weapon, you cast your shield, and this time it deflects them unbroken. On that one, unfortunately, Aerith,
Why?
you're the only one out right now. I mean, Oni's the only other one, but he's right there. And, like, you're the only one that's done an attack against them. So you have an AC of 29, man.
You're fine.
Second
you
was
just
a
really
30
want
to
me
hit.
to bring in my my backup character.
So as you parry block the second pinion from the rock flying towards you, you lock your eyes onto it, watching and keeping your arcane shield twisting around you. You feel another impact in the shield to your left as another pinion racks into your arcane barrier, and as you look to your left, another one comes, passes just past that field with a 30 to hit, and you take 17 fire damage. So Bart will hop up onto the deck through the now open hatch and look at you and go, "What the hell is that?" And he's going to take a light crossbow off his hip, and he's going to try to shoot it. He'd have the second shot hits. Oh wait, yeah, he has two. 'Cause he's...
That is such a
Maybe.
unique range of emotions, Gabe.
I can't. Rogue doesn't get extra attack, do they?
Doesn't get extra
No.
attack.
No.
No,
And
they
with the
can
ranged
attack with offhand, but
Yeah, but
Unless
he
they
can't do it with-
multi-class.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, then he wouldn't get the second attack. So as he takes out his light crossbow, he shoots at it. It misses. And he kind of just drops it to the deck and goes, "Probably wouldn't have done anything anyway." And draws his two daggers. Oni, it's your turn.
Okay, well. We'll have it move up right here. And then Oni's gonna take on off out here. And he's like, I'm gonna get into a aerial kerfuffle with this rock, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Kerfuffle.
punch him.
That does hit, yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna click this, that way I can turn Boom and Blade off for the next two.
All right. Yep. Good. Wow, okay.
Alright, and then that got me 3 keys, so I'm gonna spin one and Flurry of Blows.
Okay. It's just the 2 extra attacks, right? Yeah, both of those hit.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, I was waiting for a third one to come out, and I realized that it wasn't gonna happen. 36. Okay. As you dart off the deck, the spectral wings emanating from your back and keeping you aloft, the shadow moves down and takes its position next to Aerith. You meet this rock in midair as it kind of has to stop itself from moving as you get within its space. It definitely felt that. It has a new target. The KP target in the air. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it, because it's way too big to push back, unfortunately.
That's quitter talk. No, I'm kidding.
Then it has to go down. Yeah, so we can get to there. Okay, so seeing Mia out on the deck, this one is coming for you, Mia, but it can't get within beak attack range, so it's going to try to use its
Well, that's good.
blaze pinions. 23 to hit you?
Yes.
Okay, so both would hit. You take a
Mhm.
total of 51 points of fire damage, reduced to, let me make sure I do this right, to 25.
Ow.
As the 2 flaming feathers cut through your barrier and sear through your skin before turning into just burning ash in the air beyond you.
Ow.
Nesden is he can get up there, but he'd be in everybody's way. Because he's at the back of the line because of where his room is, and We'll keep him in the reserve just in case I need him. Nicholas.
What is that racket? I'm going to. Do I need a seat with Misty Step where I'm going?
Yes.
Yeah.
Misty
Yes.
Step, yeah.
Dimension door,
Dimension
you
door.
don't.
Dimension
But
doors,
Misty
yeah.
Step.
I
Yeah.
could dimension. Okay. I shall dimension door to the surface.
Okay. As you awaken startled from your slumber, cast your dimension door cantrip and appear on the deck. Where do you appear? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. As you do, you roll me an Arcana check.
What is that racket? Oh, good heavens! What is that?
It's a bird.
I don't know.
You look
Roll
around
a
the corner
2.
and see 3 large flaming rocks. You've heard of rocks before. You've known to be wary of them because they are very big and dangerous, but you've never seen a rock on fire. You still have your bonus action. Anything else you want to do?
Move a little bit and try and stay here for the time being, because I'm very small.
That is very fair. Aaron.
Protect my little body.
I am going to pull out my broom and fly up.
Okay. Mount onto your broom, flying directly up, pretty much to like on the level with where this rock is at right now.
I'm going to shoot it
Okay.
because it stabbed me with its plumage.
Mm-hmm.
Does that hit?
16 unfortunately does not hit.
Damn.
As the blast from the Sicarius rockets out, it hits into the large feathered chest of the rock and just dissipates against its burning exterior.
What shall I do? You know what? I have a new fun spell I want to try out. I'm going to...
That's the spirit.
magnify gravity
Okay.
on... It's a 60-foot range. Yeah.
If you reversed gravity and then magnified gravity, would it magnify it in the reverse direction?
Just rocket it up into the sky.
No, I mean, there is a spell for that. It's reverse gravity.
Yeah.
It's a 10-foot radius sphere, so you'd only be able to hit one of them.
Yeah, I'm thinking of this one right here.
All right, the one that's heading for Mia. What level are you casting it at?
That's a good question. Let's do 3, just for good measure.
3rd level. So, con save. What's your...
I think I can do it like, I think it is 21. Yeah,
21.
21.
They are big and beefy. Like, these things are... Rocks naturally have really high con saves. I rolled a natural 1.
Hell yeah.
So as you reach out, you feel the threads of the world, these invisible fields that hold the very structure of the material plane together. And you grasp them within your hand, and you twist them until they're stronger, and you see as the air kind of ripples, and it's like the opposite of when Ken uses Shatter, where you can see those ripples emanating out. This is an implosion of air. There's a that just resonates across the cliffside here, and it takes 18 damage, and its speed is halved as it
worked!
it worked.
Sweet. That'll be my turn.
Okay, Ken, it is your turn because you are more dexterous than your hired crew.
And me.
jump up, like, like look out, like pull the door in to like, because I don't want to kick the door open and hit Mia, So I'm gonna just
Hello.
like look out, what
There are birds.
the hell? And like he's gonna say, what the hell? Look to his right, see the rock, and he's gonna like, is that?
And roll me an Arcana check.
I think it's a bird.
Very calmly over here, you hear only say, "It's
Okay.
dinner."
As you look at it, there are waves of arcane energy just emanating out of this thing. Uh, it's similar to the feeling of the Platinum Vanguard's connection to Ascalon. These were something. Now they're something else. They weren't born this way. What would you like to do?
Oh, beans.
A thought popped in my head, and I don't like it. I'm gonna start off.
Yeah, if he's using the fucking Titans to temper fucking other things, this will make everything so much more difficult than it needs to be to reach him. I hate
Everything will be
I hate Sever.
everything will be as difficult as I demand it is.
Yeah, we already gotta go through the Underdark. Why we gotta do this too?
As you open the door and see Mia in front of you, take the hits from the flaming pinions. You look to your right and see this tempered aberration. You cast your haste spell. You feel the world slow down. You have that extra moment to think. What else you doing?
Time to take my new shield on a test drive. I'm gonna activate that, pull my sword out, and then fucking fly over to rush it. While I'm rushing it, I'm just gonna. This is fire, so I should probably counter it with ice. Maybe.
Hi.
Either counter it with ice, or wait, no, I can't do two spells. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna just activate my longsword and put I'll put 4 charges of the ice rune.
All right. So as Ken sees this thing beyond you, Mia, his face changes from confusion to panic to determination. Casts his spell and pushes past you very quickly, jumping into the air.
Bye.
The boots illuminate in that same kind of glow as the arcane propulsion modules. He darts across, his sword alighting with this light blue kind of mist that trails off behind it. And
Be
you have your
careful.
attacks.
Okay, just want to make sure my longsword is, intelligence.
Not broken.
Yeah, just want to make sure. All right. So haste, longsword activation. So boop.
Hey,
Hey.
Hell yeah.
get on.
Both of those
Hell
hit.
yeah.
Ooh, that's 8d6.
Yes, it is
No,
on the first
88.
one. It's basically a small fireball hitting as you slam into it.
Hell yeah.
No, I think longsword attacks. I think it's an extra. No, d6, d6.
Yeah, it's 1d6 per charge that you use when you activate it.
Okay. Yeah. Star 8d6.
Roll the t8.
Hell yeah, dude! Look at that.
All right. So as you call out after him for him to be careful, you see he drives his sword forward, the large radiant arcane kite shield twisting out behind him as his body extends and the blade cuts directly into the heart of this flaming rock. Drives it out. It doesn't look like it was resistant to the cold damage, but it also doesn't look like it was vulnerable to it. And in that moment, you slash down across its chest again. It rears back to 21 points of damage. takes on a defensive stance, kind of holding himself with his feet like gently cant as he's holding himself aloft in the air. Mathair pushes past Traver and comes up onto the deck. All right, what's going on? Who needs healing? And she looks up at Aerith, and then you just hear an arcane word shouted, and you regain 14 hit points as I roll max on a level 3 healing word.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yay.
And then she's
Also,
gonna
I
cast.
just noticed we got one-on-one. Aurora, you gotta go get this guy. We gotta hold it down.
Okay.
You're
Get on.
Hold the line. She's going to get behind Shadow Oni, be like, please protect me. Trevor
With your
will
one hit.
get up onto the deck, and seeing them in the air, shit. He'll look towards the ballista. Zobart, follow me, and he's gonna make his way up there. I'm gonna actually, because he had to climb up. He's gonna have to make an athletics check because he's gonna try to. Oh, natural 18.
hell yeah.
He looks at the rock, looks at the ballista, gives his command to Zolbart, steps on the lid of the trapdoor as Furiette's kind of holding it up, and uses that to propel himself up here, and is going to use his action to preload the ballista.
Hey, that's our guy right there.
Mia,
That's our boy.
it is your turn.
Okay. I have a question. How tall, like, up off the ground are we on, like, the deck of the ship? Like, how far down is the ground off the side?
There, it's about 25 feet. 20-ish, 25 feet, because you've got two... No, where you are, it's about 30 feet. You've got 3 decks beneath you.
Okay.
And then the rock is about another 25 feet above you.
Okay, I don't know if it would be possible. Would it be possible for me to use wall of fire like along the edge of the deck? Because it has to be on a solid surface, but that it only can go up to 20 feet high. I just want to make like enough of like a 5 foot like that people could like duck and hide like as cover.
Because you can, I mean, it's magical, so you can tell it not to burn on one side. I can see, why you would.
It only burns on one side, yeah.
Yeah. How many blocks do you get of it?
Up to 60 feet long.
Okay, so the ship is about 120 feet long, so you could
Okay,
cover a
just
section of
this
it.
like
But yeah,
main part that
Sure.
everybody's kind of like. Okay, and then I'm going to use transmuted spell to make it cold instead of fire.
Okay. There you go.
Blue
So-
flames of cold.
Right. At. Because I want to be able to, especially for like us and the NPCs, if we need
Cover. And
Just
this
cover.
this does, as you see Ken fly out, you call out your warning for him to be careful, and you see him strike true into the rock in front of you. You dig deep into that control of magic that you have and cast your wall of fire from the staff. And as you do, you twist the staff, and the arcane energy shimmers in the air from this orangish red into a deep bluish kind of teal. And where the flames start, an ice wall, then like May from Overwatch, just straight up out of the side of the ship, this 1 foot thick wall of ice that stretches 20 feet up. Aerith, it kind of gets right beneath, like right in front of your feet, because you're flying just at about the same height that it reaches. You're now definitely undercover. Nicholas is very well hidden at the moment. And yeah, anything else you want to do?
I'm just gonna kind of hide with Nicholas. Just hello. This is fun.
Hello. Very interesting encounter. Can't say I expected this.
Can't
one
say
in
I really expect anything.
Oh, that's fair.
The one in front of you, Oni, slashes out with its talons, and with a 15 to hit, will miss you as you twist out of the way. And as you do, it slams down with its large beak, and with a 29 to hit, deals 24 piercing and 11 fire damage.
Alright, let's see. Use my reaction to expend the 4 key that I got off of that flurry of to reduce it by 23. So how much was that?
So that would be 12 damage total after that.
Okay.
As you twist your arms and kind of parry and deflect the large beak, you feel the pressure push through your forearms. Ready to strike back. Furiette climbs up the ladder and pulling herself onto the deck goes, "Shit, we're under attack." And she's gonna just climb up because she would have the same. Doesn't want to have to run around. I rolled a natural 18 with Traver, and I rolled a natural 17 with her. So she's
Hell
gonna
yeah.
run over, and I will give her with that enough time to make one attack.
Get on.
Take the shot.
Then natural 14 plus her modifiers, that definitely would hit.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Oh, rolled good damage. Oh no. These are big bolts. I mean, these are ship killer bolts. It's 3d12 plus her dex mod. Dealt 29 points of damage as she jumps up and grabs it, and Traver kind of locks the ballista bolt in place and gives her a nod. Go, go, go! She grabs it and turns it. It soars through the air and cuts into one of the Northern Rock's wings. It roars in pain. Fortunately, it is now its turn.
They got a healer. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Don't break Ken's ship. He'll be real angry.
Oh, I know. Everything I do is going to make Ken angry. Let's see.
A red dragon comes in, fire breaths everything, and the ship burns to ash.
18, and then... Okay,
I would
okay.
have words with that dragon. If by words, I mean I would legit debate on transforming into Ascalon right then and there if that shit happened.
Oh, man. Okay, that's
I don't think it would be a
19
debate.
plus 10, 4. Okay. Sorry, I realize that at this point I actually need to give them hit point amounts.
At least enough to see if they die.
Yeah. Plus 10.
I mean, that one did like 50 fucking damage in one hit. It's
Yeah.
not rough.
Wow. Alright, that makes sense. Okay, so this one, as it takes a large hit to the wing from the ballista bolt, is going to screech loudly and then dart in. 6, 7, 10, 12. Can get down there. He is going to make a beak attack at Traver, and you see as the beak like carves down through the air, leaving a contrail of flame behind it, and kind of knocks him staggering back as he takes a, let's see, that was 45 points of fire damage. He staggers back like into the railing of the ship, screaming in pain, his arm burning, and as he does, the rock is going to lash out with its talon. It will hit Furiette.
Try to help a little bit.
Right,
I don't know
try
if
to-
it'll work, but
I mean, I rolled a 31 on the hit to grab Furiette, so I could re-roll
Please
that
don't.
one. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. As you see Traver get knocked back by the heavy hit from the rock, it lashes out at Furiette, and you cast your silvery barb spell, and with a 16, it misses Furiette.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
there we go. Okay.
It
I'll give the
screeches
advantage.
loudly.
I'll give the advantage then, I guess, to the guy who got fucking wrecked.
Our homie with the glasses.
Yeah. And then see what happens to the. Hold on.
You gain
Didn't have my
advantage
stuff
on
up.
perception or cast levitate.
Well, those are useful. I
You
guess I'll
also
take the
get
perception
a
one.
third eye on your forehead.
Oh, goodness.
Maybe I don't want that one. Yeah, I'll take that because levitation is pretty useless. I have wings.
Yeah, I came into this fight like I was like, oh, I'll throw rocks at him, it'll be funny. And then I realized that a rock's normal strategy is to pick things up and, drop them.
Yeah.
Which
Drop 'em.
can't work on you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
so
As,
they gained fire.
well, that was a whole different aspect. And that's why I was like, oh, I could pick up Furiette and drop her. That'll be funny.
Oh no.
Zolbert, seeing the rock coming in, Furiette, no! And he's gonna dart around the corner and kind of scrabble up the stairs, and with two really quick stabs from his dagger, the first attack will land. So he deals his sneak attack. So he's level 5. That's 2d6 on a sneak attack, right?
I think so, yeah.
Plus his
It's either 2 or 3.
Okay. He doesn't roll very well, sadly. He stabs into it, the flames kind of cutting back at him and making him like stagger away from the heat. He carves out again with his second strike, but the rock pulls itself out of the way.
So
Oni.
5th level is 3d6.
Yeah, okay, so I should do one more d6 then.
One more. Please.
Hey, that one rolled a 6 on it.
Yay.
Oni will quietly apologize to the healer, but the Echo's gonna take flight with him real quick because seeing that the NPCs are
I'm
getting
helping
hurt,
you out
Oni's gonna
here.
try to put out a lot of damage on the thing. So
Oh, I see. You need to be able to unleash, yeah.
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 So first one.
Okay, that hits.
Oh.
That hits.
Okay, well I didn't have Boom and Blade. Add that, but the Boom and Blade was on the first one, so it's just 2d8. But now everything's at advantage from now on this one until the start of my next turn. So any of you want to attack this one, feel free.
Alright.
But here's the third.
That hits.
All right, and then Unleash Incarnation.
Yep, it hits.
All right, Action Surge.
17's what you needed.
Unleash Incarnation, and then key point flurry.
Every single one of those hits.
Jesus.
All right, make sure I go to the right one and not clicking once I've already clicked.
Just
That roll of the damage. Yeah, okay. So I rolled 2 of the damages already. So that's 5. So I gotta do 5 more.
yes. Okay, that's definitely enough. Let's see, is it more than 54, 60? You need every one of the hits. So unfortunately you don't have any extras, but as you see the one fly past and attempt to attack the NPCs manning the ballistae, call forth your shadow, and as it jumps into the air next to you, release with this cacophony of attacks. The first one hitting with this. Did you give me booming blade damage?
Yeah, it was just 2d8 up there. It was 7. It was a 2 and a 5.
Yes, I do remember that. All right. These heavy hits, and as the final one strikes, the rock, just screeching in pain, flies back away from you, and like staggers in the air, and then cries out one more time before its flames die out, and its charred and destroyed body falls onto the mountain beneath.
Oh,
Actually.
that overcut.
Anything else you want to do?
Alright, and then I'm. Alright. Yeah, he's just going to skedaddle over here and just calmly announce his presence to the rock after just destroying its friend to see if he can draw the attention away from our little squishy boys.
Make me an intimidation check. I'd say I'd let you use your
Damage
wisdom
off.
for this instead of charisma.
Are you sure? Because
Yeah.
that means it becomes 15 because
Mhm.
wisdom and dex add. Okay, hey, I'm down. I'll just click survival then. I rolled a 5, but I guess it's still a 20.
What does the plus 10 come from? It's on all wisdom and dex checks?
Wi-
It's from the
yeah, the Osir and Dave. If I make a dex or a wisdom, it's the heaven and earth thing. It
Yeah,
adds both to any of those.
gotcha. Okay. Alrighty. And then with the Okay. Alright. Let me roll against you then. Okay. As the one you were fighting dies and falls to ash, this one that had just been lightly stabbed by Zolbert twists around to look at him and seeing the cries of its friend, narrows its eyes in on you. Time for the one near Ken. Right. Alright, so the first attack with the beak is a 27 to hit on Ken. I don't know what your AC's at now that you've got fancy shield.
Nope, I'm at 28.
28.
Yeah.
As the beak comes down with this masterful hit, you see it coming and raise your arcane shield, deflecting the attack in that last moment. Roll its talon attack. That one's a natural 20.
Okay, I'm gonna use my reaction to eat that attack with my echo. I got you, Ken.
All
So
right.
the echo gets poofed.
As you see the talons coming down at you, you're unable to raise your shield in that moment. There is a flash of darkness and then smoke in front of you as the echo eats the attack and is dissipated from the battle. I'll just put it on. I'll just put it over here for. Alrighty, that'll be his turn. Nesdin will come up onto the deck and seeing this. Oh god, what are you gonna do?
Maybe
it's got 5th level
stay
spells.
out of the way of the rocks.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what he could do to be useful as a 5th level or a 9th level wizard.
Fireball.
You can't really. There's no lines of sight to use lightning bolt. 6th level.
Eldritch Blast. Wait.
And unfortunately, his cantrip of choice is firebolt.
Right.
So, yeah.
Very helpful.
I guess he'll just throw a ray of frost. That's all he's got right now.
It's something,
Better than nothing.
Something. Yeah.
right?
He's actually got
Every little bit counts.
higher. It does hit. And since he's got that, it's 2d. Yeah. All right. Okay. 10 points of cold damage as he clambers up the ladder behind everybody else and looks around and goes, "Shit, more enemies." And releases his ray of frost cantrip, and he'll then kind of step it back here. Nicholas, it is your turn.
Okie dokie. I am going to. Where is it? Mental prison. This rock.
No. Okay, can you link that for me?
Oh, that did not link it.
Mhm.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I am finding it. There we
it-
go.
Cannot pass that save
Awesome.
with a -4 on its intelligence because
Oh
it's
my
an animal.
God.
Okay, so it is.
It
Charm.
takes
it
5d10 on a failed save.
Yep, and if he tries to
Yeah.
escape, he takes 10d10.
Fuck.
If the target is moved out of the illusion, that would count if you were able to like push it or make it fall or anything. That's crazy.
Yep, like power word fall or something.
Wow. That is really neat. Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty.
And that will. I guess I had to move there to see it better, but
Ooh, or if it makes a melee attack through it.
yes, it pretty much is just stuck there.
Hell yeah.
And that is my turn.
Okay. All right. Let's see how. I mean, I've already rolled really bad. Okay. Well, that's okay.
6 level spells.
I had to use my 7th level spell slot for that, though.
Also that.
Aerith, it is your turn.
My turn.
Your turn.
Gonna fly to here. Or yeah,
Okay.
gonna flank. And
Give
then
it the old flank and spank.
yeah.
Yeah, let's just
Get
give you-
on.
Yeah, it hits. This point, you guys have known they have an AC of 17.
And then radiant blade.
You have a second. I was gonna say if you have a second attack, I'll give you a nat 20.
Oh.
Hell yeah, dude. Get that 20, son.
Funsies.
You can. He can do that anytime he wants.
Do
Yep.
I click it? Do I click it again then?
You would roll me another D10 and 2D6.
So D10, 2D6.
So 32 points on the second attack.
Hey.
There's 41. Got it. Okay.
Can I also
Take-
add Fang of Bahamut onto it?
Sure. It's added when you
Oh. It's
attack
gonna
with
hurt.
it.
So that's a 46 normal damage.
So 8d6? Hell yeah.
Oh, I have to type it.
It does a type of damage.
Wasn't it radiant?
Radiant.
Yeah, radiant. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said normal, and I was like, I don't.
Oh no no
Normal-
no! Normally it's
Come
just
on.
46.
You know, I might as well use all my portents because I'm about to finish a long rest.
It's true.
You
Alright.
get a portent. You get a portent. Everybody.
Everybody gets sported.
So as you take broom in hand and soar around the fiery rock that is currently threatening your new hired allies, you flank with Oni, strike out once with the Sicarius, and as you carve through the rough feathered exterior of this bird, you swing back, casting your radiant blade cantrip. You feel a touch, a twisting of the air around you, a guidance of your attack, and you strike out, following it again, and as fate unfolds before you, you release the blast from the Fang of Bahamut, radiant wave of energy, and a lot of damage. That was good. Anything else you want to do?
Is it still kicking?
Oh, it's still kicking.
Damn it!
It's at about 40% of its hit points.
I don't think I have anything for bonus action. I guess that'll be my turn.
Okay.
You did a good chunk of damage.
I did.
It wasn't like it wasn't like you just sneezed on it. You blew an air-sized hole into its chest.
Like 84 damage in one turn.
He gave me the crit. I had to.
You had to.
Absolutely, dude.
Alright, Ken, it is your turn.
Okay, let's take some swings out on this overgrown chicken.
Yes.
First attack is with Boom and Blade, 'cause I haven't used that in a while.
That hits.
Hey, get him.
R 2d8. Oh, slash R 4d6.
Okay.
Ooh, that was a
Uh,
beefy 46.
Right.
Mm.
That hits.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the 4d6.
Got it. All right. Yep. Five. All right. Right. And anything on your bonus action?
So if we deploy an enemy, is he also under the effect or haste, or once he deploys, he's just normally moving?
Yeah, Mini-Me's his own like creature, so he'd have to be hasted himself. He's got his own movement speed. But you can, as your
Okay.
bonus action, can command him to dash, and then he just uses his action to dash. And then if you wanted to cast a spell, he uses his reaction to do that. So he doesn't actually need his action for anything. Just uses that mostly to dash.
Actually, hold up. Don't know how to do the measuring tool. Is Nicholas 20 feet away from me?
A little
You're
bit further, I
about-
think.
Yeah, you're about 30 feet in the air and about 30 feet away from him.
Okay.
So
No.
by Pythagorean's theorem, it's
A little bit further.
by Pythagorean's theorem.
Who would have thought we'd be
Uh,
using that in today's society?
Pythagorean. That's why he made it a theorem.
Well, never mind.
Like the one thing
I'll
that does
hold-
help.
I'll hold off on my bonus action for now.
Right. With there. Mm. She's gonna try to climb, but this might not go well. She can't. She gets up. She rolls a natural 15, but she has a -1 in her strength mod. So she clambers up with it. Big bird in the way of the stairs. But it uses all her movement to get there. She's just out of range to be able to cure wounds. So she's just going to use another second level healing word because she's used her third level already. He'll get 7 hit points back, doubling his current hit points.
Oh no!
I'm working on it. I just got to get my turn.
I know.
Oh man, so that dude almost got one swipe.
Yeah.
He almost got one swipe. They're level 5, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize they were that low. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
We gotta protect our
I'm trying.
protect the forces.
He's going to.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Furia's just going to look at him and just with very, very stern eyes, just go. And so he'll use his action to disengage, and he's just going to jump down here.
Ah, damn it. I could have used my bonus action on something, but never mind. Damn it.
It's all good. That's going to be his turn. Mia, it is your turn.
Okay. That still works out then, since then he got away. Okay. I am going to use 2 sorcery points to twin spell
Okay.
Vortex Warp
Okay.
to get Furiette and now the healer lady and pull them back down here.
Get out of there!
I'm just gonna go ahead and move the big bird out of the way as they feel a kind of tight sucking sensation and ploink, are teleported across the deck to safety.
Yes. And then I was going to use bonus action to try to telekinetic shove the bird 5 feet away from the ship.
Yeah.
That
Set
is
off
a
that. Set off that prison.
this one.
Well, I
Or
was going
is
to. I
this
can't
one?
remember which one is prisoned,
The
but
one in front of Ken.
Yeah, it's the one in front of Ken.
okay, so no, the other one.
The other
But
one.
I could try to do that one if you want me to get that guy instead.
I rolled a natural 19, and they have a plus
Oh.
9 on their strength. So unfortunately,
It's a con save. Is that any better?
it's a 24.
No, wait.
No.
It's a strength. Never mind.
Shove is
That's true.
strength.
I thought it was a strength check. Okay.
I read the vortex warp and it said
As
because
you
I had that linked.
reach out with your mind and push that bit of force through the air, you see it hit the large form of the rock. This thing has to weigh a ton. It staggers a little bit away, but it seems mostly focused on Oni right now.
It's like,
I'm just
don't
gonna-
you
you guys
remember
know how I
used
did this?
telekinetic shove like
Tony right now.
every chance I got in Curse
Yeah,
Trap?
I know it was one
That
of
was-
those. couldn't
I mean,
remember.
that's the plan. I wanted it looking at me so that it wasn't looking at the squishies, and we still
Yeah.
have one little squishy homie there, but
I'm gonna-
he's intentionally there because he needs to be able to stab through stick attack and stuff. So as long as it's not looking at him, as long as it's Oni or Aerith, we're.
Furiette
I don't know
draws-
how we would explain to any of their parents that we let any of them get murdered randomly because we just needed somebody to drive our car back home.
Yeah, because explaining to Aerith's parent how he died.
That went
much
so
better.
well. That was actually really good. That was such a good scene. Okay. Okay. So on Furiette's turn, she draws her crossbow off her back, loads the bolt, fires it once, unfortunately goes wide, quickly loads the second one, because as a ranger she does have 2 attacks. Fires the second one. That one does hit. It's not great damage, but it's some. And she kind of like looks over her shoulder up at you and gives you like just like a nod. It's just like a thanks, but there are no words. It's just a nod. Okay. Rock is going to make 2 attacks on Oni. The first attack is a 27 to hit.
That'll hit.
The second one's a 10.
Second one's a 10.
That will not hit.
10 plus its modifiers, right? Because you dictate the roll.
I believe you replace any attack roll, saving throw, or ability check by the creature with your roll. So
Okay, so the roll
Yes.
gets replaced. So
Yes,
that would
the
still
roll.
be a 23 to hit.
That doesn't hit. I've got an AC of 25.
Yeah,
As long as Oni gets a swing on something, his AC goes up. First
okay.
round of combat, though, he got a 23.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Well, then I'm not going to feel bad about plus 13 mods. Crazy. Roll
what do you
insane.
mean? That would destroy.
What do you
That's why
mean?
you're staying in the
Such a genuine fear.
back.
That's a
Okay.
death for Nicholas.
So as the beak comes down at you, Oni, you do take 27 piercing plus 22 fire,
Okay, so 49?
49 total, unless you had something to
Okay.
reduce it. No,
No,
'cause you
I
used
used
your-
my reaction to protect him from that crit. But I'm
So
fine.
as it hits into you, you feel that heat and pain from the beak, and as you stagger and rewrite yourself ready to continue the battle, you see the talons coming in. You begin to dodge them yourself, but then you feel something twist around you, something that just sort of takes the wheel kind of situation. And you move instinctively, and the claw completely out of the way, does not hit you.
Hell yeah.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Who will? Sky, I know you're on a diet and you're hungry, but nudging my hand isn't gonna help. She's
Yeah,
only getting
probably.
fed once a day now, so she's like constantly hungry. It's
Because you
good,
don't do anything.
better for you. You're getting fat.
He's like, but father, I'm hungry.
You're hungry.
I crave food, Father.
Give you one of these. You can have one of these. Okay?
Please,
it.
can I have some more?
No.
Zolbert jumps up and circles around behind the rock to kind of get behind it, to get that advantageous position, and strikes out, but with a 4 and a 5 on the dice, he misses.
Poor guy.
Oh wait, he has 2 attacks because he got a bonus action.
Yeah.
That's worse.
Bro, just run away.
Poor guy.
Wow.
You're doing your best, sweetie.
Oni, it is your turn. That was my fault.
All right.
Go back
Would it
button.
manage to miss?
He rolled
The
he
poor
rolled
guy.
a 4 and a 5, and then a 2 and a 4. It was
Oh.
not great.
All right. Well, this is gonna kick it back into gear.
All right, that hits.
Just so I could try and run the blade off, so I could just click the rest of these.
Hell yeah. All good. Out of all those rolls, you only rolled one roll that would have missed.
And it was the one.
27, 9, 54. Okay, it's close, but it's still up there. 2 more of those hits would do it.
That just means one of you guys easy pickings.
Easy pickings. Okay. This rock is going to take its turn. Oh boy, it's mental prison.
got all
Is it
kinds of
smart
shit
enough
going on.
to know?
So he's restrained, blinded, deafened.
Yep.
And
Have
if he moves
fun.
out of it or makes a melee attack through it, he takes 10 to 10.
10. Yep.
Find a creature with an illusory cell that only it perceives. Intelligence saving throw. Target succeeds automatically to meet charmed on a. Wow, even if it succeeds, it still takes the 5d10. That is
Yep.
that is
Mhm.
nuts.
It just ends the spell at that point. Seems like a really nice spell.
It is not good against bosses because they're immune to the charmed effect, but
Right, but
Yeah.
animals, that definitely
Right.
makes sense. Okay. Roll me your 10d10.
Hell yeah. It tried it.
Slash
It's trying
roll
something.
10d10.
As you lash out with the mental not prism.
Ooh.
You so unfortunate. And you see as it like rears back, it's still been keeping itself aloft with you, just these beating of these heavy wings. It rears back and it looks around in panic and it throws itself forward like a bird trying to break through the bars of a cage. You see as its head kind of jerks back suddenly as it passes by that invisible barrier of the spell. Does the spell end after it takes the extra 10d10?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, it isn't enough to kill it. But it looks
But it just took a
really,
chunk.
really fucked up. That was its movement, because it didn't try to use an action. It just tried to move through the cage to get away. So would it still have its action?
That's a good question. Let's read.
Think
Was
so.
it illusion is restrained? Nothing about incapacitation, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay, then it
Mhm.
would still have its action. As it lunges forward and breaks through this barrier, the illusion broken by its passing through and this mental damage that it took, it screeches in pain, and then it's going to try to attack the thing that it thought just caused it damage.
Sorry.
That's a 29 and a 30?
Damn it.
What
Got me.
I was
Does
gonna
one of
say,
those just
what about
barely hit?
11?
29 just barely hits, because that's what his AC is.
Okay.
But
Let me bend luck then.
No, I'm at 28.
Okay, well, roll me your d4.
Do I roll it or can roll it? I think I
You roll it, it's your feature.
he 4. Miss.
Hey!
Nice.
Okay. So from the first attack, Ken, you take a total of it's 19 piercing plus 15 fire. Wow, that's a lot of ones.
What's that total?
So you have heavy armor master, so -3 from the piercing, so 16 plus 15 would be 31.
Oh, that's a nice even number. But ow, still.
Right.
As the claws come striking out at you, you see a shimmer of translucent rainbow energy coalesce just for a second in the air, and the claws swing just wide of your chest, trailing flames behind. Let's see. Nesdin's seeing, because he can see this one. He can't really see this one. It's the ice wall and everything's in the way. It's obscured, but he can see this one. It's looking messed up enough. He's going to dig deep, and he's going to cast a 5th level magic missile, because I just love reliable damage. So 7d4 plus 7.
Hell yeah.
The number he needed
Hey!
was 24.
That's our boy!
There you go.
As
He's
he
gonna level up.
takes his staff out, you see as he gathers all of this arcane energy in around him, and then he casts a very simple spell. It's 2 words to incant it, and he slams his staff down on the deck, and these 7 beads of light out from the tip of the staff, each hitting into the rock between the 2 of you, and each one causing it to stagger further and further and back, and then finally it falls limp onto the mountain and burns away into nothing but charred ash. Good riddance. Nicholas, it is your turn.
This is gonna sound funny, but I really don't have any attack spells, so I'm also gonna be casting magic missile. Level.
Fifth
Can
level?
you see it?
I can move out into the, be like pop right there, shoot it, and then move back.
He can see it from there. He's on a higher. This is a higher deck than where
Okay.
Nesdin is, because Nesdin's on like the mid deck. This is on the upper deck.
Right. That didn't work.
Yeah, it only you have to click it for as many missiles as you fire. If you're doing a 5th level, it'll be 7
5th
missiles.
level.
So 7d4 plus 7.
Slash roll.
Because you can target, multiple things with it.
Ah, that's true. I didn't know if I could.
I mean, I
Just
can
click
tell
the
you right
thing.
now, that's enough damage.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. You had 1 hit point left after you.
Oh, yeah, that was overkill.
But as you see the beads of light course out from the bow of the ship, and the rock there blown asunder, you step out and from your own spellbook cast your own 5th level magic missile. They fly up and over the ice wall barrier, slamming into the rock, which is sent staggering into the ground, and eventually turns into just a charred husk of.
I don't think that would have worked.
And as the song
I'm sure it'll
ends,
be fine.
we are out of initiative.
Nice.
Trevor kind of falls back onto his ass. Bethea runs over. Stay still. Let me take care of that. She's actually
You
gonna use
lived.
cure
Good
wounds.
job.
That was. Ow! Whew.
Mhm.
Oh, that was so bad. That was a 2 and a 1.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
He gives her like a nod, like thank you. Oh. He's got this very large burn down like the front of his chest, where his armor was kind of seared away from the beak.
I shoot him
Wouldn't
with
do
2
the
healing
quick
lights.
band-aid.
Ignore the radiance.
The man's terrified. Aerith just points a gun at him after barely living. Just pisses his pants and faints.
As the healing light passes into his body, the wounds kind of healing. He's still not at full hit points.
Jesus.
He has a
Like
hit
a
pool
lot.
of 52 hit points, and
He has
took
more than me.
45 damage. Yeah, he has more
Like
because he's a
almost all
fighter.
of it.
He has more hit points than.
Sure, I'll give
Nicholas
him,
at 14th level.
Oh god,
I'll
it
give
was so
him a
good.
cure wounds from my artifact.
Alright, that'll top him off easy. He only needed 3 more. Right. When I
That
rolled
was
the
a horrible
damage
cure
for the
wounds.
Talon, it was so bad because the Talon attack itself knocked out Furiette. and then it was gonna carry
No.
her away and drop her off the
No.
mountain.
I'm glad it's
Oh,
injured
no.
then.
No.
And also, if you're in its talons at the start of the turn, you just take damage because you're on fire.
That's so
It was
bad.
gonna be bad. I was like, I
I'm
wonder how
glad
they're
you
gonna save
missed.
her. Yeah, that was a really good silvery barbs because
Right.
that she had like an AC of like 17 as a ranger. It rolled a 16. Okay. The immediate vicinity seems clear. Guys, take a minute to catch your
I
breath.
don't know if this damaged the ship. I'm gonna drop the wall and kind of like go over because it's not technically a wall of ice. It's just a cold fire wall.
It is. It's technically a cold firewall. You drop it in a burst of blue, like deep, deep ocean blue and bright, almost like pastelly blue. And
This
it,
Ken's
it,
gonna be bad at me.
it burns up like a normal fire in these blue colorations, and as you dismiss it, it dissipates into the air around. There is no damage to the ship from your wall of fire.
Good.
There are some slight scorch marks from a couple of the pinions that missed, but none of the attacks were actually directed at the ship, so the ship didn't take any direct damage.
That's good.
Hell yeah.
Ship's fine. And everyone's not dead. Good job, guys.
Thank you. That ballista was awesome. I just didn't expect it to immediately draw
Right.
just
first
painful attention.
round, then it was kind of on top of you and less useful.
Perhaps we'll take a more western route. We'll go out to the coast and fly between the cities, perhaps.
I
What-
would probably.
Was that? I've never even heard. I've heard of creatures that large, but nothing. I mean, I've heard
That was
tale
a
of a
bird.
mythical creature known as a phoenix, but with the natural 20 I just rolled on my Arcana check, I feel like it wasn't a phoenix, as they're normally more life-affirming, right? He looks over at Matheri. Yes, they usually heal as opposed to causing harm. And Zilbert jumps down and goes, "That one was all about causing harm."
I think it was
You
a
would be
bird.
correct, my friend. Yes, Mia, definitely a bird. To be more specific, that was a rock, but that's not a rock I've ever seen or read about. It was changed somehow. I'm not sure.
Can we
How?
estimate that it was similar to the platinum lizard folk? In a way.
But it was a rock lobster.
That was
You guys
all I
said
could.
it at the
As,
same time. Yo.
as he was saying, all I could think of.
Oh my god.
Whereas Mia over here is just. Is this a pigeon?
Oh. All right.
Okay,
Is there anything you
what
guys?
was Eric saying? Eric was trying to say something.
Could we guesstimate that it's similar, at least those of us who have been to or have seen them, similar to the platinum lizard folk?
Make me an insight check. It's not as high a DC as the Arcana. Now that you're not doing it like in a split moment.
You want to bet? Okay.
As you study them, there is. So when you met the Platinum Lizard folk, they had a very, very single-minded nature, and they emanated with that kind of arcane potential that was unique to Ascalon. These ones are the same, but it's not like one you recognize. It kind of, they're just resonating with that same arcane energy that you would pull in for a fireball. It just seems like they're just imbued with fire and made angry.
Pure elemental energy.
Primal, elemental.
That
Did you
seems
say they
fine.
turned to ash? Like they didn't just die?
So it wasn't like vampire ash. They kind of they look like a chicken that was left on grill for days, just burnt away, where all that's left is a charred, like somebody, like a body left behind after they're covered in lava, like a husk that if you investigate it and touch it, it just crumbles away. But it's like they're burned through the entire.
I mean,
Yikes.
That's not optimal. Yeah.
oh, this isn't good. I think the cult is taking advantage of their
Free time they've been
yeah.
Free time.
the little free time they've been given, but that's gonna change here real quick. I gotta write this up on my travel reports. Uh, shit.
I will warn you, Ken, if you take time to write it up now, it will be more accurate, but you will also forego a long rest unless you guys wait longer. Because
Okay,
right
fine.
now you haven't interrupted your long rest. You've done a single battle, which doesn't really interrupt the long rest. But taking time to make notes and to stay up and do rigorous mental activity like that would interrupt your long rest, and you'd have to restart it.
Okay, well, I mean, it can wait.
Like I said, it'd be
Sleep
easier
on
to do
it.
it
Mull it
tonight.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Rest comes first.
Risk rewards, that's how it is.
So, yeah, so everyone, we're on red alert. We're probably gonna have to extend the shifts. We're gonna prioritize the people who haven't been on shift yet, and then swap them out from there.
Right. Well,
Those who've already taken their shifts, try to get as much rest as possible, because who knows what can happen at this point. And then kind of curse under his breath. Fucking rocks.
rocks fall, everyone dies. Okay. Mather will. I believe me and or Mia and I, if I were.
We have to finish
Remember-
ours. We weren't done.
We were on watch, so we'll wrap ours up. You guys go ahead, back to your quarters. Zolbear kind of leans forward. I'm fine on just a short rest, so why don't I stay up with you? So then there's 3 sets of eyes out, not just 2. She gives him a nod.
I quickly pass out.
The rest of Mia's watch goes without incident. It's not much longer. It's only about another half an hour or so that you guys had left. But at the end of that, Aerith, you and Oni have both finished your trances at this point, because you both tranced during the first half of the evening. So as you both awaken, Mia is able to head to her room, wherever that may be. I don't know where you go, because Ken's in his room right now.
Yeah. She probably just gets a blanket and curls up on the floor.
I grab the blanket and drag it to my room.
The blanket with Mia?
Yes.
Out of Ken's room?
Oh, I thought she went just out in the open.
No.
She took a blanket and went and curled up on Ken's floor.
Never mind
It's like
then.
3
On the
flights of stairs, man. I mean, you can. It seems rude.
I'm not that mean.
So Oni and Aerith can cover the rest of the evening's watches. Trevor will opt to take a long rest and just go back to sleep. But Zobar is not kidding. He's fine just doing a short rest and staying up with the 2 of you. So why don't you both roll me perceptions at advantage? We can wrap up the perception or the watches for tonight.
Perception.
Those
Oh
rolls
yeah.
were really good from Mather and Mia because. Okay. All right. You keep your eyes trained eastward, knowing that 1, that's where these originated from, and 2, that's where the Dales are. It's probably the most dangerous horizon available to you. Nothing seems or draws any attention presents itself. There's not even so much of a clattering of stones, just the sounds of the mountain wilderness slowly waking itself up, chittering of small animals in the tree line below you, and birds waking up in the pre-dawn. Eventually, dawn rises, and the ship is unaccosted, and a new day has begun. 24th. Your watch comes to an end. You're able to awaken the full party. Ken, you wake up finding Mia sleeping in a bundle at the foot of your bed, curled up in a blanket, like on the floor. And the
Oh,
day is
yeah.
yours.
I'm gonna grab Mia, put her in bed, let her sleep some more, and then I'm gonna walk out, stretch, and I guess double check the burn marks from the rock pinions. Make sure it wasn't like it was. Make sure it was just superficial damage, and
It's
I guess I'll try to.
Oh my god.
There's holes everywhere.
Fire, bro. Absolute fire.
love it. Oh my god. Okay. Investigating them, it's not going to be enough to cause any sort of like weakness in the ship, but there are scars, like little scorch marks that you kind of rub with your thumb, and they're just pitted like through the wood, but not far enough to actually like weaken the wood at all. The pinions, as they hit, they kind of burst just into flame, and without a constant burning source, it doesn't really light anything on fire. It just causes like a burst of heat and damage.
Just put some cigarette burns into the floor of the ship.
That's exactly what they are. They're like cigarette burns. They're a little bit more like
The really big
slanted.
ones.
Yeah. But Zolbert, as the watch ends, will give you guys a nod and be like, I'm gonna go turn in for the day. We'll have a good one.
All right, take care, man, and thanks for the fucking rocks.
What you hired us for. Maybe not rocks specifically, but kind of starts muttering to
Specifically
himself as
rocks.
he climbs down into the deck. Because he's a gnome, so he's shorter than the rest, but he's this tiny little gnome that just darts around like just like just like Nicholas. Two little guys,
Nothing wrong with the gnome.
couple little guys. All right.
One had
Did
a
you
guy
guys-
with glasses.
I'll hit a guy with glasses.
No.
Did you guys want to do your training?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead and knock it out now.
All right. While you're getting your training set up, Nesden will kind of walk by. I believe Trevor is preparing breakfast for us all. For once you are done up here, would you like me to take us to the air now, or should we?
Yeah, let's just let's give everyone another hour or two to, shake the combat high off, because I'm sure, they're still a little antsy. After we finish eating, then yeah, we'll go ahead and take off.
Sounds good. I'm going to go see if I can make myself useful in the galley. Help with there. Nothing really brings people close like battle. So,
Yeah. Trauma bonding.
yeah, trauma bonding. That's exactly it.
Hooray.
All right. Intelligence from Aerith, that would be 4d6.
If you get a natural 20, how many extra dice is it?
It depends on your modifier. It gives you one extra die for the natural 20, and then there's a DC, and then a threshold that you need.
Debating if I waste my 20 portent.
It's up to you.
Actually, I feel like
One
doing
extra die.
portent for training is cheating. I'm not gonna do that.
As your allies before you,
Jesus Christ.
so
I
2d6
regret my
for
choice.
2d6 for Oni, 3d6 for Ken, and 1d6 for Nicholas. Unfortunately, Nicholas, you've spent so long in seclusion that the sounds of just other people are like, they're just very distracting. And this combat they're doing, it's so noisy.
What is it from Kung Fu Panda? It's like, whoever is making that ruckus, will you please be quiet?
All right, I'm officially past the halfway point to defensive fighter.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Give your AC up to. You're gonna have like an AC of 30 when you're hasted, man.
I think. Hold up. Let me go ahead and so
Defensive adds 1 to your AC when you're wearing armor.
uh, armor up, haste, +1 shield. I'll be at 29. So yeah,
30s to hit you. Oh man. Hey, it's the game we're playing. I love it. All right.
And don't forget, you could also shield to get that even higher, right?
The shield was a
I
smith.
I don't have shield as armor.
Oh,
I had
damn!
it
Just
as-
imagine it, bro.
I had it as a battlesmith, but I don't have it as armor.
Yeah.
Shield and
Actually, wait a
catapult.
minute.
They go so hard. I'm pretty sure it's.
Hold up.
We've had the discussion a few times. You know, yeah, it's just a sorcerer wizard spell, except for battlesmith. They get it on their always list. Yeah,
Hmm.
'cause I think you get like absorb
Yeah.
elements or something on yours. I can't.
I
They each
don't
had something
remember.
from the wizard, but yeah, your hour's training comes to a conclusion. You are then greeted with a familiar call from the Thayer that breakfast is ready. Met by a similar fare of light fruits and like a porridge mixed with a light seasoning of like cinnamon and nutmeg, so it has a little bit of flavor, but it's mostly just fuel. Guys are share breakfast together over in the galley, and you can have any discussions you want. Do that now, or we could take to the air and head on our way.
Yeah, again, was not expecting modified rocks. That was definitely not on the lookout list, but you know, hey, good experience. Glad everyone made it through. How's that burn, buddy? Are you okay?
Yes, no, the magical healing has done wonders for it. I'll probably need a new shirt, but who doesn't when you're an adventurer?
Touche. I could probably mend that shirt for you if you don't, if you want.
Well, if you
Shouldn't take
wouldn't
too
mind,
long.
sure. I
Yeah,
squirreled it away in my quarters. Bring it to you later today.
yeah. Go grab it when you get a chance, and I'll mend it right up.
Yeah, you heard the call too, Mia, and I assumed went for breakfast.
She's like half an hour late, but it's fine.
You wake up once again in Ken's bed. This isn't where you fell asleep.
It's a magical bed. I always end up here.
Oh no, we can't set that as a precedent, because then you'll really believe it. Oh my god. Yeah, Mia shows up a little bit late to breakfast.
Hey, sleepyhead. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. This is very comfortable.
Yeah, I saw you fell on. You tried to sleep on my floor last night, so I decided to, whenever I woke up, decided to grab you and put you in the bed to let you get some better sleep. Sleeping on the floor is not good.
It's
It's fine
definitely
when you're
less
younger.
comfortable.
Why don't
Younger
you
than
claim
what?
one of the rooms with a bed in it?
What rooms?
Oh boy.
All right, Air, if you're in charge of giving me a tour of the other rooms.
Finish your breakfast, we'll go on a tour.
Aerith just becomes a dorm mother.
Every party needs a mother.
I don't get paid for the shit.
Okay.
You get paid from everything else, though.
We tried to bring you back from the dead.
But
Who's
no.
dead? No.
I don't know what you're
Do you know-
talking about.
Do you know how expensive it is to bring somebody back from the dead?
Oh man.
That was a rougher time. Money was an issue.
One was like 1,500 too, or it was like 1,000 because you had to. It was like a 5th level spell and the
Mhm.
raised dead diamond. Crazy.
We cared. We cared. You got paid plenty in that.
Right.
Alright, well, as Aerith takes on his duties to show Mia around the ship and show her what rooms have been unclaimed for her, Nesdin will... Go ahead, Mia.
It's just she doesn't like any of them. They're too far away from everybody else.
Well, these are the only ones
So
left, so you're gonna have to pick one.
I can just sleep on the floor. It's okay.
Pick the bed.
I don't want to.
I don't want it.
Look, I'm only saying this because I want you to be comfortable when you sleep and not have, like, back pain or neck pain.
Exhaustion stacks.
That too.
You get closer and further from your mic because it's a fixed mic stand, and so you're just constantly changing in volume. Like it's. I'm so used to a headset.
I can have it sound as if I'm going further away, or just make it louder.
No, don't. It's weird.
Because my microphone has a volume bar.
Doppler feature.
Yeah.
Ease.
Weird.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Oh god.
as we take to the air, Nesdin will take over. Unless you want to fly, Ken. It's up to you.
I'll let him fly first, but I'll be up on top deck on like observation duty,
Sounds good.
I guess.
So, as we start this, what will probably, unless something else happens, be the last day's travel here. About
You know what
9
I should have done before we left? I should have bought a fucking like spyglass. Or like made binoculars. Fuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
feathers.
I'll figure.
Somebody,
I'll find some workaround.
somebody roll me a d20 for the day's travel. Who hasn't done it yet?
Earth.
Go for it, Earth.
Alright. Let's get a nat one.
It's not
9.
9 enough. Okay. It's another decent day. Clear and it's a little cool and crisp, especially once you guys get up to altitude. But there are a few smatterings of clouds, but not enough to obscure vision or to slow you down. You are able to make your travel over the 8 hours or so over the peaks of these mountains. Now, it does take a little bit more skill getting through these mountain ranges because a few of these mountains do start reaching up, not up to you, but they're close. They're within 200 or 300 feet, which when you're flying through on a ship and it's, a giant spike of earth coming up from the ground, it can be a little bit concerning. But as you head along your route through the mountain range, keeping your direction northward, northeast-ish, near the near the end of the afternoon, as the sun is beginning to lower itself behind or off to the west, behind the curvature of the world itself. It's not a high perception check. The city is actually designed to be spotted from the air. It's a beautiful little mountain town, sparse but spread out amidst this naturally forming kind of plateau, the series of plateaus on the side of this mountain, facing towards the east. So like you have to be on the eastern side of the mountain. You can see Parnast. High up, actually no, lower down on the city. So, because it's hard for me to, because I can't picture it, so it's hard for me to like describe what it is. I'm just gonna move this to one of our drawing boards so I can show you. So the mountain is like this, where Parnast sits here on these ridges, and down here there are these towers that just kind of reach up, and there's about a dozen of them or so. They look like airship docks, but you don't see anything docked there. What you do see are people moving about the city. Not a lot, but like think like tourist town in the off season. I've been thinking of Parnas kind of like Flagstaff. I know Aurora would understand that, where it's just sort of like there's nobody visiting at the moment because of what's been going on, and so the people that are here are just the people that live here. But as the airship gets closer and closer to the city of Parnast, and do you want to take the ship in, or do you want Nest in too?
I'll take the ship in.
You take over control and head down towards one of the airship docks. As you get closer, well, I guess I should leave it up to you. Do you go to dock at the city, or do you try to find somewhere to land and then walk to the city, the town? What's the plan?
I mean, we
I'll-
don't have to land the airship.
Nah,
We just bail midair, fly down,
Okay,
let them go ahead and drive it on back.
I don't want to bring any negative attention to us, so I'll just I'll find a dock to land on real quick.
Okay.
Let the people know what we're here for, and then say our goodbyes to the to Team B.
Team B.
They don't have a name, so I'm gonna just call them Team B. I'm sorry. You're not.
They're the explorers of Starlight. They're our interns. They haven't graduated to Wanderers yet.
I like it. And they're not the Avengers, because you guys don't need avenging right now.
Yep.
Not this time.
Starlight Explorers. Okay. Okay. So as you get closer to the city, because we'll probably leave off as you guys dock. We'll pick up with you guys getting to Parnas and talking to everyone there. But as you approach Oni, as you man the crow's nest, and with your very, very high ridiculous perception, keep your eye on the city itself, the people. They notice the airship coming, and especially those moving towards the dock. There seems to be renewed animation. There's a lot of movement around the docks that you guys are heading towards, and it seems like the city is rising to meet whoever is coming. And as you feel the ship gently pull in next to one of these large kind of wooden watchtower type situations, Hen situates it next to what looks like a mooring dock, and a burly looking dwarven man who is on the dock already as you arrived throws a rope out and lassos it around the banister of the ship and gives you guys the biggest, most welcoming grin. That's where we'll leave off tonight's game and pick up here in Parnas.
Before they murder us.
Be our guest.
Well, we'll see what
Hopefully,
Parnas says.
hopefully they're just eager because they haven't had a lot of business cult doing their bullshit. and not,
Sure.
try to murder and eat us in our sleep or something.
Yeah, they would never, I'm sure.
Who knows? Your perception, they didn't seem hostile. They seemed energetic.
Business, money,
Business, money.
people to spend.
Finally, there's someone.
I will.
Everyone in unison. Hey, I think those guys are loaded.
Get him.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that idea.
Oh no, he's
You guys are
furiously writing
definitely
things down.
you have a lot more money than Spelljammer ever did. So, um, hmm.
So my thoughts on those rocks I was telling y'all about when I think it was either Kate or Arif mentioned it was in the same boat as me being linked to the Platinum Lizard folk. I thought that fucking Malachi did the same thing to the rocks and made like tempered the rocks basically.
Could be.
That would be
We
unfortunate.
gotta assume it's something fire related, so it would definitely make sense. And we still gotta fuck him up for everything he's done along the way,
Yeah.
And I feel like if we bitch slap him, it'll really send the middle finger to Severin.
Man, yeah.
Like his boy.
Man, there's so many shenanigans that could have led to these tempered rocks too. Like so many avenues could have led to these things that it's gonna be any of them turning out to be true is gonna be a nightmare for us. Like,
Right.
Oh, that's fine. Somebody just like accidentally lit them on fire. They just happened to be fiery, right?
the real question, like a genuine question, we probably need to find out in game is like, is that fire consuming them? If like when they died, they just burn out. That's pretty like negative indicator, right? It's probably not
That
good for
maybe they're
anything being tempered.
right, not supposed to be on fire.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It is fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, then we're gonna have what, giants that are water tempered by Leviathan?
Water giants.
Water giants.
Oh man. Beans.
Fiddlesticks.
I guess that's what happens when like an evil organization has a little time to themselves.
They just make weird shit.
Like I said,
Make
free
weird
time.
shit.
We got to make stuff, and I guess
You
they
guys
make
gotta also
stuff.
remember Garrick, the king of making weird shit. He's still out
Is
there.
still around.
He's
yeah.
still somewhere.
He fucked off like little bitch.
Elsrin invited you guys to come play, and you went, "No, I don't want to do
I
that."
don't feel like that. I don't want.
And so they just laughed to themselves, and now they're going about their own lives.
That was part of why I asked if the mounds, if they were naturally occurring or something, because when you said lightning, I was like, oh boy, we know a dragon that does lightning shit that was taunting us not that long ago.
Oh,
Probably not a good thing though that there's just a field full of them just hanging out around there.
Yeah. Especially like on a path towards where we know a path to the Dalelands through the Underdark is, like that's probably not a good sign.
Right?
Yeah, it makes us think that he knows we're coming.
And we couldn't burn them. We couldn't
Or
fireball them.
I only
Right.
have like 3 spells that do damage, and I was out of spell slots for the high one. I can't do fireball, so I just left with magic missile.
I
Right.
I legitimately love magic
Guess
missile.
technically I can turn any of my spells into something else. So
I know there's a weird thing you can do with magic missile to make it do like way more damage than it should.
There are items that can help it, that can add like your spellcasting modifier to it. And
That
because it hits like, those multiple beads, those multiple missiles, it's like Eldritch Blast. Once you add it, you're adding it multiple times. So
Mhm.
I think,
that would be scary with Nicholas because he has a +7.
yeah.
What is that called?
I know, let's see.
The bifocals of missiles.
Is
Neat.
that what they're called? I mean, for me, I love the predictability of it, knowing that like,
Oh, it's guaranteed damage.
yeah, it
Mhm.
is like
Unless you shield it.
3.5 damage per. Well, it's a guaranteed 10 damage on average at first level, and then an additional 3 damage added on average for each additional level. So like, I was like, fourth might be able to do it, or fifth level might be able to do it. It's the highest level he's got, and he just wants this thing to go away. So he just rolled 24. Oh, hell yeah, buddy!
And hey,
There
there it
he
is.
goes.
It always works that way.
I would
Hilarious.
in Baldur's Gate 3. That was my like go-to thing with Gale. I used magic missile so much because it was just it's so reliable.
Yeah.
Honestly, the
And it goes
cloud
like
spell
around shit.
is really good. I
Out of
was
daggers.
no like the fog cloud. You
Oh,
place
right?
it in front of your like team, and it forces all the enemies to rush to your melees.
Yep, because it obscures and you can't see through it.
Mhm.
That saved me on the goblin camp.
Oh god, that camp is so. Oh,
It's a lot.
took me
Yeah, I
like 2
accidentally.
nights.
I cleared the inside first, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm safe. I can leave now.
No.
Leave the building. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys. And I
Charge.
forgot the troll was just sitting immediately at the entrance, and I didn't see him until it was his turn. I'm like, where did he come from?
No.
Oops.
Oh man.
Hawk and I are currently at the part where we need to fight our way through.
Yeah.
Because we saved
Apparently-
Wilson.
Apparently, you could side with them and get a different companion, but that's evil.
Oh, I mean, the game is just literally filled with all sorts of choices.
You can do whatever you want,
You can do
really.
whatever you want, and it all has rippling effects. We were watching one of our streamers on Twitch who literally just did an all bad decisions. Where he was just
That'd be hilarious.
yeah, he was just doing everything. He's like, all I care about is getting laid. That's it. So I'm gonna make every decision with that in mind. Here we go.
Have you seen that there's a speedrun category for Baldur's Gate 3, literally called Sex Percent, and it's how fast you can get the Githyanki chick into a long rest at the camp because she'll basically fuck almost immediately. And like they have routed and methodically pathed out. It is like I think almost sub 2 minutes is how quickly you can get through the first section to get to a long rest at a camp. It is wild.
I mean, like her whole culture is all about that sex positivity. Of course, she's gonna be down to clown, man.
Why not?
Why not?
It is great. Like watching it, it's so because people basically just take Gale. They basically play as him to do it. Because he immediately starts with the jump stuff. So like that's the majority of the tech with it. It's all about timing the usage to get the most out of the jump, so you can cover so much ground.
God.
Maxing out your strength with the jump spell is like you can go so far. I've seen videos of it.
Yeah. think
Or the-
Lae'zel can even like triple her jump with the
Yeah.
Githyanki stuff.
I was a
It's
little bit
crazy.
sad about Dimension Door. It's not as